at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Oh, look at me. I'm retarded. I'm a globe.
The whole system is designed to disconnect you from your intuition. Why? Disconnected people are easy to manipulate. Everything from sunscreen to politics to the food industry. It's all designed to disconnect and manipulate you. We are in the middle of a war right now, but it's not a traditional war. It's a war on consciousness. It's a war on freedom. This is the time to listen, not to the news. No, your intuition, your gut, your heart. Love is the greatest weapon against darkness. How do you love more? You begin by loving yourself. How do you love yourself? You listen to the messages your body is telling you.
I'm scared, Dad.
Do you trust me, son?
Yes.
Come on, son. Rule number 1, never trust anybody.
That's right. Always use your own brain, man. Try to use your own brain. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, coming to you 251.5 miles above your imagination from the International Fake Station. We may be having Stinky Cash join us later. He said something in the chat earlier as I set up the stream. We'll see what happens. Hopefully he'll show up. I had already planned on showing a short video that he put out a while back, dealing with perspective. I've also put the challenge out to anybody in a couple of these flat earth groups that they have on Facebook. As everybody is well aware, most of those are set up by globe trolls that want to just lure in flat earthers or people that are even curious about it so that they can ridicule and mock them away from the subject whatsoever. A huge effort that's made to try to dissuade people from the truth. Just remember, people, you live in a system designed to deceive you on every level, politically, socially. It doesn't matter. Everything is an inversion of reality. I see I have Matt Prince is backstage. I'm going to bring him up in just a moment. The title of the show tonight, because I'm so sick and tired of hearing these globe trolls. Do you have a model? Do you have a map? Do you have a model? Do you have a map? And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? You have like 20 models to explain everything about your stupid, physically impossible globe. And your entire model dies right from its inception. Let's start with Helios, shall we? Let's start with Helios. What is Helios? Helios is the sun. What is the sun, they tell us? It's a big giant ball of helium and hydrogen that collected together for no reason whatsoever and decided to have gravity because we believe in a myth that says mass attracts mass. and it gave out nuclear fusion and all this other fucking nonsense. Well, first off, you're defying physical law right to begin with. Okay? You're never going to have a ball of gas form for any reason anywhere. It doesn't matter. You're not going to have that happen unless you have it in a physical container. And until somebody can scientifically demonstrate that this can happen, and it isn't, no, not math, because I can tell you about math. Math is only a description of the hypothesis. It only works if all the variables are in it are actual variables. You can't just make up shit and say, see, the math proves that. There are people in federal prison right now for that. Okay, they're called money launderers, embezzlers, shit like that. Their math looked good, but it didn't reflect reality. And when it was gone over with a fine-tooth comb, they found, hey, you fucking lied right here. And this is what we find out with a lot of this shit, is that it's just based on pseudoscience nonsense. And, oh, do you have a model? Do you have a map? Oh my God, I'm so tired of hearing that dumb shit. Nobody's got a fucking map that's accurate. And to this point, Will Duffy, and tomorrow and beyond, people will still be using the azimuthal equidistant map for navigation. That's what they fucking use. Okay? We're going to go into a little bit about that so that you people out there can understand. We have this grids on a map that are comprised of longitudinal or meridian lines, and we have latitudes. Okay? This gives us kind of a grid-like pattern, but it's not a square. Okay? And the meridians don't remain the same distance from each other as you get away from where they're derived from. They faked you out, and when they got to a certain point at the equator, then just said, fuck it, it's exactly like it is up north. It's kind of like what they've done, I believe, is sort of like if you were to take a pizza and cut out a big slice of it, right? And then fit the fucking pizza back together like that and make it somewhat round. Okay, this place is bigger than what they're telling us. Absolutely. And you look at vast areas like the South Pacific Ocean, and oh my God, you could right now with the current map, you could actually have a fucking continent in the South Pacific and no one would ever know. Nobody goes there. There's no reason for anybody to travel there or anything else. Well, who the fuck would know? Except for those in the know. That's what I'm doing. Well, I'm going to bring up Matt Prince. Matt Prince, how are you doing tonight?
How you doing, brother? Man, I'm with you on that South Pacific continent. I mean, there's such a large area that's not mapped out there that's just empty.
Right. Did what I was saying about cutting a slice out of the pizza and then pushing it back together make sense?
Yeah.
Easy for him to do.
As you're saying that, I'm staring at my AEA map. I got a 2x3 up on wall, and I'm staring at that thing, thinking about what you're saying, man. It's so easy to hide so much. I'm actually looking even in between Australia and and Africa. There could easily be a continent.
Sure.
In that area.
And who would ever really know except for those that had occasion to have to fly there? I mean, it's dangerous for a flight because if there's no land or anything, they have to always be within a certain proximity of land in case there's an emergency. And it's like you go over that vast area of the South Pacific. It's like if something happens, nothing left for you but a belly landing in the water. That's it.
Even if you look at the Atlantic, between South America and
Africa,
they curve away from each other. So there could be another continent down there, and we wouldn't even know about it.
Well, you think about it. So we know that the latitude lines, okay, are derived from elevation angles to Polaris. But once we get to the equatorial line at 90 degrees, it's in the horizon. Past that point, how are you gauging any distances, especially across vast areas of ocean? You see, because when you go to the meridians, those are just degrees, 360 degrees around Polaris, or around the North Pole. And so they start with one they call the prime meridian. So, and that runs through Greenwich, England. And so I wonder who was responsible for putting together this whole coordinate system. I wonder. And they go around 360 degrees. Well, that's all well and good until you get past the equator. Now, this is where they ran into a real big problem, because the only way you can't measure those distances, you can only calculate those distances. And those distances are calculated by observations of the celestial bodies and the amount of time that it takes for them to change. So you're really not getting a measurement, and they can only go by what the coordinates say by the charts. It's not really, because those lines don't really exist. I mean, the real myth is that they come out like a football and then come back together. They don't. They keep spreading out further and further the further you go south. This is why they got these low-ass speed records for sailboats in the Antarctic sailboat race as opposed to the North.
Yeah, because they're measuring the distance over time and not
right where they're at. Oh, this says we're only at this point right here, so this is our speed. It's a joke. It really is. But I've invited some Globers from Facebook at some of these groups. I said I put a post in there, and boy, they were quick to comment on it. And I just told them, I says, "Well, just come on the show and discuss it." And they're always about the goddamn sunset. Always about the sunset. How do you explain a sunset? Well, how do you explain it? Okay. First off, your model that you speak of is scientifically impossible right from inception. Boom. Done.
How do you explain a car driving away from you on a flat road?
I'm sorry, what?
How do you explain a car driving away from you on a flat road when it disappears into the horizon?
Right.
It's the same
You're
thing.
standing on the ground, you have a limited field of view. These idiots think that field of view only refers to left and right. No, the field of view is 360 degrees within your vision.
Yep.
Once you see the horizon line that's just relative to eye level, now anything beyond that, your field of view is compromised from that point down. So anything moving away from you, it's going to get small equally, but your field of view is compromised at the horizon line. So you're not going to see that part get smaller.
I don't understand how anybody could not understand that who hadn't taken an art class. If you've taken any type of art class, which was required in middle school and sometimes earlier in high school, you get taught perception,
yep.
and how things condense into the horizon.
Well, even in drafting, a lot of
us.
I don't know
even in drafting. Yeah.
I mean, when I was in school, junior high and high school, they offered drafting classes. And in drafting, not only do you deal with orthographic views, but you deal with isometric views, which are a perspective view of things.
Yep.
It's based on 30-degree angles, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And then we got into a thing later on called descriptive geometry, where you could, if you're looking at something, like for instance, this spoon, okay, I'm holding it at an angle, okay, but you don't realize that the front part of it is closer to you than the bottom part of it. So your whole view of it is skewed. And so there's a way to make another plane and fold the view out and get the true length and slope of the object. And I had to learn how to do that. And boy, that was one of those things I just couldn't get it. And then all of a sudden one day at work, I was like, oh, fuck, I know what that, oh, I get it. Boom. And then I went right through it. It was no problem.
Yeah, well, that sounds like a headache.
It was at first. But then when I understood what was actually going on and how you were pulling the plane out 90 degrees to an orthographic view for yourself, then you were able to actually see it at the true length and slope. And I was like, okay, it'd be the same as if you walked around and looked at it from the proper 90.
Yeah.
You just pulled it out on two-dimensional paper using like an orthographic, two orthographic, and then making like a projection line. And then that was your plane. and then you could actually plot out where the points were at. It's kind of complicated, but once you figure it out, it's like, oh shit, this is easy. You can do this with anything, and it's come in handy with shooting too. So,
that's what I was actually thinking about, is how you use the use your what is that called when you tell the distance, the scope?
the what, the range, or
Yeah, the range finder. Yeah, when you use
right,
the range finder, and then 2 clicks up,
you calculate your bullet
1
drop.
click over. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
when
got mil dots in
calculating
your
all of
scope.
that.
You got mil dots in your
Yeah.
scope.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Exactly. Yeah.
yeah, it's like, so you know that the bullseye, if you're at 100 yards, you're going to want to put it on the mill point. If you've got it sighted in at 25 yards, at 100 yards, you want that mil spec to be your bullseye. The one right down below.
Me and my brother was just we were going over some of the stuff tonight, and it was just, man, wow.
I think, what is it, a quarter inch MOA at 100 yards?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, well, I think that's what we were calculating for hours, but it's we got to look at different bullets and different scopes, and they're different.
Yeah, if you
some
can
will,
zero,
some will be like 0.23, some are like 0.2 or 0.38, I think.
Right. Well, that's just it. If you calibrate with one type of ammunition, if you switch out ammunition, even brands,
yeah,
you're not going to be on. You're not going to be on.
Yep. We were checking all that out tonight. We thought it was just, I mean, we were just having fun.
Man, that's why I used to like to watch Paul Harrell. God rest his soul. He just died this last year. And I don't know if you ever saw him. I think he's still got his videos and everything are still up on YouTube. But he did a lot of that with ballistic tests and those speed indicators, to see if ammunition lived up to the claim. It'll say it does so many feet per second, and he would shoot he would shoot like 5 rounds and get an average out of it and see how close it was. It was pretty cool. I liked his
his
I never heard of that guy, but he had grapefruits that would simulate lung material, and he put real like beef ribs for the ribs, and then like layers of clothing and all that, and it would show what the bullet would actually do to a body.
Yeah, I never heard of that guy, man, but that sounds awesome. I watch a lot of I forget what it's called.
Well, Mr. Super Sidewinder, not really. Not enough to really affect them. The spin is so great, as opposed to the linear direction that they're going. You're not going to get that. A lot of times what people like to blame that because they're shooting low and left. They shoot low and left. And the whole reason for that is that they're the way they're holding the gun. That's all. I see people all the time. Their sights, like on their pistol, they'll have their sights cocked over one way. And I'm like, what? You shoot low to the left, right? And you're like, yeah. I says, let me show you how to not do that. It's because you got to have a tight grip when you fire to begin with. If you're not tight, when you tighten your hand, it automatically moves your gun over to the left. It automatically moves that. And that's all you have to do is just move it just a micro inch from where you've got it aimed at. And it's going to throw it over a long distance. It's going to throw it way off. You could test this out with a laser. You could set a laser on a table, point it at the wall, and then just barely move it a little bit and look where it shows up on the other wall. It's like way off, like it'll be that far, So, and that's the thing with the Meridians too. I wanted to show you guys this thing. I just pulled this up so that we all know what we're talking about here. Go ahead. There we go. Yeah, maximize that. All right. So what are the meridians of Earth? Just for those that are not familiar with this, a lot of people, they might have heard that in school and just, wrote it down on a test or something just to get the fuck out of the prison and not really done. Okay. The meridians, those are your longitudinal lines on a map. Okay. And it says meridians of Earth, also known as the lines of longitude, are imaginary lines. In other words, they're not really there. Nobody's really painting them, that divide the Earth's surface from pole to pole. Okay. Now you got to consider this came from the internet, and reality, we know there are no two poles. There is the North Pole, and then everything away from that is south. They measure the distance in degrees east and west of the prime meridian, which passes through Greenwich, England. Here are the answers to some common questions about that. It says, how many meridians are there? There are 360 meridians on a globe. So you get that 360-degree marks around a globe or around the map from north. But the thing is in reality, they spread. They do spread. They don't go out and then come back together. That's bullshit. They did that. This is a great subject. We'll have to go over this completely one night about how they established the meridians. Two things came from it. One, they got everybody to believe they're on a globe through a tightly controlled royal college. And number two, we got quartz clocks out of it. So that's cool, at least. But yeah, they had a really difficult time establishing where the meridians were at and even the latitudes. So a lot of these latitudes have been calculated and not measured. So over vast distance of ocean, what the hell? You know, how are you actually doing this? Now, if you were to ask Brenda, he would tell you that they threw a rope and counted how many knots and shit. And I'm like,
how many knots? Yeah, Brenda with the knots.
It's
that cracks me
not
up every time.
It's knots, not knots. Oh my God, no, like as in nautical. Oh my God, yeah. So yeah, and then the next thing they want to hit you up with is like with this map. So we've already shown that their model is dead from inception, because until someone can demonstrate successfully a mass of gas collecting together for any reason outside of physical containment, you can't have that. Earth cannot be an open and a closed system at the same time. There is no such thing. And I know they always want to say, gravity, we have a gradient. We have a pressure gradient. Well, my friends, I can create a pressure gradient inside of a compressed cylinder merely by heating one end and cooling the other end. It's that easy. Okay. Now, what other gradients do we have? Oh, well, we have a temperature gradient. We have a gradient of dispersal area. And
I would say, what does that require, though? What does that require? It requires a container.
Yes.
Have a container to do that.
Look, the natural antecedent of pressure gradient is pressure. And the natural antecedent of pressure is physical containment. See, the thing is, the pressure you feel, 14.7. Of course, we don't really feel it. I guess we do, but we're so used to it that it doesn't matter, I guess. But nevertheless, 14 pounds per square inch, that's not coming down on you. That's coming in on you. And why?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. It's coming in. It's not down. It's in.
Right. It's in. And it's due to you displacing a confined fluid.
Yep.
Okay. Now, the difference would be if you walk into a bank of fog, you don't feel the pressure increase. Why? Because it gives way. It's not restricted. It's
no, occasionally when you get on an airplane or you change elevation very quickly, you'll feel it in your ears.
Yeah. But the thing is that it's because of the fact when you get up in higher altitudes, you have a larger dispersal area, which covers under Boyle's law. You've got Dalton's law in play there as well, which means that the sum pressure is the conglomeration of the individual pressures of each of the gases in the mixture. Okay, so you've got a certain percentage of the pressure is nitrogen, a certain amount is oxygen, a certain amount is water vapor, a certain amount is this. As you increase in elevation and dispersal area, you start to lose some of these elements. Thereby decreasing the pressure even more. I mean, hell, when we had this cold snap, and again, I get out there, fire up my Jeep, I get ready to go out, and I look, and all 4 of my tires are down.
Yep.
Did
I
somebody
walked out this morning, and all 4 of my tires, they were like, I'm supposed to have like I think 60 or something in the front, and then 80 in the back.
right?
And they were at like 50, and one of them was at like 56 and 57 or 58 or something like that. But it was it was like it was because the temperature and the
It sounds like the same guy that come let your air in on your tires is the one that got mine too.
yeah.
He's very precise. He seems to be very precise, removing the same amount out of each tire. That's crazy. So, come on, there it is. I mean, so you can scream pressure gradient all you want to, but the reality of that is that if you claim that it's due to gravity, first off, first you have to prove gravity actually exists. But first of all, let's just assume that it
pressure differentiation.
Yeah, I mean, but then let's go ahead and just assume that it does exist, okay? You have to demonstrate that gas behavior is affected by it. And they can't. They just jump to this myth of mass attracting mass. And I'm like, you dipshit, you can't even have a mass of gas without containment. It won't do it. It'll disperse. That's all there is to it.
I don't know how anybody could say gravity affects your tire pressure. I mean, it's colder.
Yeah, go out there in the
look at a bottle of water. Look at a bottle of water. What happens to a bottle of water when it freezes? It expands. What happens when it melts and gets hot? Man, it decreases the pressure on the inside of the bottle.
Yep. I mean, it's just so much about that it's just it's elementary fluid dynamics, and these idiots want to. I don't know. They're this myth about mass attracting mass, and you say, "Well, can you prove that?" And they say, "Oh, Cavendish," and I'm like, "Oh my god, that's."
How many people have done the Cavendish experiment? Like, can anybody even say like how many people have actually done it? And can anybody agree on how many people agreed on their findings? Because
I remember our
physics. They all disagreed on their findings.
Well, it has to be consistent, and it's not consistent. And if it doesn't work, then they say, "Well, you didn't set it up right." And it's like, oh my god. If your best proof of gravity is some janky ass contraption contrived from some lead-eating retard elite guy inbred from the 18th century, I'd be fucking embarrassed. I would. Look into that Cavendish family. Oh my god.
That fella too, yeah.
Jesus. Yeah. This guy set this thing up out in a shed and then looked at it with binoculars so that he wouldn't influence it. But he didn't.
But what I'm saying is, like, even the guys that tried to recreate it afterwards couldn't even do it right.
I had a physics teacher get so mad because it wouldn't work that he fucking tore up the apparatus, man. He was really angry. We spent the whole fucking period with this thing, and it just nothing. He left it overnight, came back the next day, nothing. He tried it again, and it was like all week. This guy was trying to get this fucking thing to work, and he got so mad he just beat the shit out of it. He's just like, fucking Cavendish. And then they just jump to that, though. Mass attracts mass. No, it doesn't. Just because somebody told you that, nobody has ever witnessed this before, and there they want to go to Narnia land. Well, what about the moons of Jupiter? Oh my God. You mean what you assume to be moons of what you assume to be some ball. There again, a ball of gas. A ball of gas just floating around out there. None of the gases are mixing. What gases give off that color anyway? I mean, and they don't.
I would like to know. I would like to know.
I mean, Christ, all of our gases, we have all different gases in our atmos, right? We got oxygen.
And guess what? Everything settles to its whatever the atmos level.
Cool. It's constantly being stirred up through the dynamic system that we have. We have constant constant heating and cooling, which causes.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's the dynamics. It's the dynamics. So everything settles within.
Yeah, in a
our
static
pressurized
system,
system.
static system, it would. In a static system, it would. But we've got heating and cooling. We've got the process of respiration, which includes the evaporation and condensation process, the exchanging of gases between carbon dioxide and oxygen, the consumption of gases, the release of gases, organic material that decays and produces gases, other organic material that uses those gases. You know, it's a constant gas party down here. And we're right at the source of it. So where's going to be, due to Dalton's law, where are we going to have the highest pressure of gases for dispersal area? Well, right down here on the ground, of course.
Yeah,
and
and like you said, it's a dispersal system. We're sucking it in. We're pushing it
Where
out
are you going to
constantly.
see the most Ford automobiles? Right at the door coming out of the fucking factory. That's where you're going to see the highest concentration of Fords and at Ford dealerships, right at the source. And then they disperse out into the other traffic amongst the Chevys, who are all in their own little places at one time too. It's this constant mixture. If you know, can you imagine being on Jupiter and you look at Earth and say, "Oh, we can tell it's made out of these gases because look, there's swirls of oxygen and swirls of nitrogen."
Swirls. Yeah. When they start saying that shit, man, that's when I say, "Shut the fuck up! You don't know what the hell that is up there."
Mm-hmm.
When they start saying it's swirls of this and swirls of that, it's like, how the fuck? No, it doesn't even make sense in our containment system.
Well, you gotta look at the whole thing from the premise of where they're coming from. Is this none of that shit even belongs in the realm of science, but everybody screams science, 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 because they come up with a cockamamie story and then make a mathematical formula to go along with it, and then they dazzle
mathematical
people
formula to that doesn't even make sense.
No, because math
doesn't
doesn't make shit real. Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's you think about compression and the way that shit works, and it just doesn't make sense. Like these gases would not compress into this area.
No. Well, think about this. Here's math. You can describe anything with mathematics. All right. So if I have six magical pink unicorns, and I add 3 more magical pink unicorns, I now have 9 magical pink unicorns, right?
Yeah.
Does that make magical pink unicorns real?
Of course not.
No.
But maybe it would make the system work.
But the math works.
However, if you took those magical unicorns and put them under the car engine, and suddenly they was pulling cars around, now you have an argument that those magical unicorns may be real. Meaning, with what we do with math, we launch rocket ships, we launch rockets at motherfuckers and missiles and a million other things that we do with math.
The 13th century, Joe.
Nope.
Nobody
denies that rocket ships go off.
Wait. What y'all saying? Ships. One at a time, guys. What y'all say?
So they've been firing off rockets since the 13th century. Okay.
Well, they weren't as good at it as they are
Chinese
now, right?
technology is nothing.
Yeah. It wasn't good as I could shoot a firecracker off in my backyard. It's not like what the fucking now U.S. military uses. Now, come on.
Same technology though. It's just
more really. So the Chinese back there in the whatever 1700s had fucking GPS technology, satellite heat.
They had to wait till Werner von Braun did that.
Laser guidance systems, shit like that.
They didn't even need that. He put a guidance system in a rocket called the V2, and he launched him from Germany and had him hitting in London.
So you know that he used math to figure out how much the proportions and dimensions and what would hold. So math works.
Sure, yeah. Well, I didn't say it doesn't work. I said it does describe things.
Joe, you realize rockets always just come up and come back down. They never just go straight up and stay up there.
Well,
how would you get out?
How would you get out?
Yeah, how would you get out of the Earth system?
I don't know, the same way these
You can't.
Galileo, the way Galileo did. Actually, I have an argument that they did. Galileo
Galileo
spun
got
around and
up.
took pictures of the Earth.
Uh-huh.
So you just shoot it outside of space. Once it
You
defeats
can't
Earth's
get to
gravity, I
space.
assume it's going to keep it
How do
moving.
you get through the containment?
What containment?
The physical containment required to have a specific volume of pressurized gas.
Hold on. How do you get through the containment required to have pressurized gas?
Yes.
How is you're making an assumption there that
No, I'm not making an assumption
Nah, it's
until
not.
someone can actually demonstrate scientifically that a volume of gas, a specific volume of gas, can exist under pressure, of course, which it will be if it's contained, that it can exist without a physical container. There is no way that gas, due to its own behavior, can coalesce into a mass. That will not
I
happen.
said, you're assuming two things, but you're making a lot of assumptions here.
Those aren't
That's not
assumptions.
assumptions,
That's
man.
gas
Those
behavior.
are laws. Those are laws of thermodynamics.
Thermodynamics.
Which law of thermodynamics says that
Second law of
matter
thermodynamics.
can't come together?
No, I didn't say matter can't come together. We do it all the
I
time.
thought that was the
Pressurized
second thing
system.
you said.
Can you
We're
make a
talking
brick
about
of charcoal? Absolutely. You make it out of charcoal dust, okay?
Yeah.
They can make briquettes of charcoal. So yes, you can.
All right. I
get
thought you
masses
said
to
two
get together.
things.
They
Yeah.
will not come together on their own.
Ooh. Again, you're making assumptions.
That's
I
not
would
an
just
assumption. That's fact.
well, I don't know. A lot of people disagree with you, including me.
Well,
It's a law. It's scientific law. Like the thing is, you're believing in a theory. You're believing in a global theory. We're taking what
theory
the laws
actually-
are of science, and the
the
laws of
theory
science basically
violates.
says that the globe cannot exist.
All right, I'll tell you where I'm getting my theory from, so you'll know where I'm believing. And I've had to look, and because I'm a friend of Saab's, I had to look into the Cavendish experiment and all the many times they've had to redo that shit and other experiments that they've done in order to prove that matter attracts. There are many of them, and they've been
There are
repeated
not
many
of them.
times.
That's why
So,
everybody that listen.
so
there
for him
aren't
to
many
say
of them.
that it's a fact and it's no one believes it or whatever he's trying to say is nonsense.
When has anyone ever observed two
Hey,
masses
Joe.
drawing together? When has anybody observed two physical objects coming together merely by volition of their existence?
I see you added a lot on there. I don't know by merely by volition of their existence and observation.
Just because it is.
Joe, have you ever seen two bodies of mass attract to each other?
I don't know. I don't think so. Outside of that stuff, technically, I don't want to argue technically though.
Let me ask
Technically,
you-
I'm seeing that when I'm seeing this Cavendish experience, the one they did off the
before
level
we have
off the
an
side of the
experiment,
mountain.
Before what precedes an experiment?
A hypothesis would have.
Well,
You'd
an
have to have a
observation.
hypothesis.
An observation. Okay. So
Okay.
this means that somebody had to have witnessed two physical objects drawing together merely because they exist.
Again,
Okay. In order to even have a hypothesis about it.
not really. I
Yeah.
could have a hypothesis by witnessing the effects of a thing and draw a hypothesis.
When were these effects witnessed?
Well, if I see a napkin blowing in the wind, I am witnessing the effects. Now I
Right.
have a hypothesis.
Okay,
Something
and
blew it.
what's your hypothesis?
Well, now in retrospect or in whatever hindsight or whatever you want to call it, I know it's the wind blowing the
Right.
fucking napkin.
Right. And you could test that too.
Mhm.
Easily. I mean, it would be kind of like
Cavendish
dipshit,
experiment,
but you
kind of
could
like
test it. Put a
like the
napkin
Cavendish
with no
experiment.
wind, have a napkin with no wind, then subject it to wind. Do that 3 times and get the same results. And you can be pretty well assumed that your hypothesis is correct. Now, we have to first have an observation of two objects drawing together merely because they exist. No one
in
has
order
ever
to
seen
prove
that.
what, gravity?
Well, yeah, that mass
Well-
attracts mass. That would have to first be witnessed in order to have an experiment. And I'm going to tell you something. Cavendish was not trying to show mass
Here.
attracting mass. Yeah.
I just
Okay.
witnessed two pieces of matter being drawn toward each other.
No, I didn't. I
Yeah,
watched
that's
you.
pressure differential, bro.
Hold on. No. You took an object, lifted it up and gave it energy,
Yes.
took it to a higher state of disequilibrium, and then
Yes.
it had to transfer that energy to get back to equilibrium.
Yes.
That's all you did. That's not gravity.
I don't know. That's evidence of something, because if there was nothing there,
No. Nobody
when I put
disagrees
my
that things
force
don't fall
into
down.
it, I stored energy into it only because of another force pulling it down.
Nobody,
Otherwise, it
nobody
had just sat there.
disagrees that things don't fall down.
There's
It's just
no
the
force.
Are you sure? If no one disagrees that things don't fall down, how come things
no.
don't fall?
Everybody agrees.
All right.
Agrees
How
that
come they
things
don't
down.
fall sideways, Matt?
Why is there a relative density that's equal or greater than the object in a linear direction?
I'd say it's about the same. I'm going both sides all around me right now.
Where's the greatest density?
Where's the greatest
Down.
density?
Yeah,
Down.
There
Towards
you go.
the wait. Towards the earth, which we call down.
Yes.
Yes. So it looks like everything is
It's
being
the
pulled toward the earth.
equilibrium.
It
It's
looks
the
like
equilibrium of the place we exist.
Yeah, it looks like
Right.
everything's being pulled toward the earth. Nothing's being pulled sideways.
There's no pulling. There's no pulling.
Pushing?
You took it,
No, things
you took
fall.
it
Yeah,
from-
they don't fall. They pull.
You took the
They're-
object.
they're-
It's sitting on the ground or on a table. It's right now, it's at rest. It's in a state of disequilibrium, but it has nowhere to go. It wants to go towards it, whatever's is equal to it. Look,
It wants to go towards what? You didn't want to say that.
It wants to go towards the least resistance. The least resistance.
Where this lighter is at.
Isn't the least resistance up?
No.
No.
Why would
I mean, it's more shit down here. It's harder to go through the thick shit than the light shit.
It's trying
Seemed
to
like
equalize,
it would float
man.
up.
It's trying to equalize.
When
it equalize to the lesser, why go down? That is
why would that be? I'm going to put it real. I'm going to show you real quick. I'm going to kind of do a little diagram here.
All right.
Where is my? People hate it when I use this, but I'm going to use it anyways. I don't care.
Are you gonna do the Volkswagen?
No.
Balloon. Oh.
I'm going to bring this thing up here right now.
Things fall to the heaviest. That's not Dalton's law.
No.
Isn't that against Dalton's law?
No, Dalton's law has to do with gas pressure.
Agreed, but those gas particles go to where there's less density. They spread out.
They spread out to fill the empty space. Yes,
exactly. They wouldn't go. They wouldn't gather together and form dense pockets, right?
Okay, oops. I know what I got. Let me undo that. So we're gonna make a line.
Gas is matter. Matter spreads out. It seems like it goes to the least dense, as opposed to what you guys are saying, the most dense.
I just want to say this, like while Sob's bringing this up, I just want to say to Joe, I actually do like you, brother.
Appreciate
so
it.
Don't think that us disagreeing has anything
you got
about the character.
You got the right guy, and you the same. Disagreements never, and especially if a person uses logic and good arguments. I don't give a fuck how different it is from mine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But I just had to pop back in real quick and say that because
I thank you for that. I appreciate it.
I have respect for you.
I thank you. I can feel bad because a lot of times I be trying not to tread on people and be nice and shit.
Okay, so
I'm gonna mute out for a minute though.
All right, cool. So I'm gonna try my best here to explain relative density disequilibrium. If like we're this lighter, I got this lighter in my hand.
Okay.
The air around here cannot be where this is at. Okay, so theoretically, there's a hole in the air.
Okay.
Shaped exactly like this lighter. Now, let's suppose we could take that air that this thing's replacing and have a duplicate, lighter shaped chunk of air.
Okay.
Okay. Now, if over here on this diagram, if I have let's just say the relative density of this object is like 5.
All right.
God damn it! What the hell? Oh, that's not what I want to do. How do I do that?
You can make it any random number,
Okay.
I guess.
I'm just doing it for sake of
The middle of 10, I guess.
damn it, I need to get that. How do I make that bigger? Oh, up here. Okay.
Is this still going to be a pocket of air that we're talking about?
All right. Well, I'm just going to say the medium. It doesn't have to be air.
Okay.
Okay. It doesn't have to be air. Let me get rid of this here thing. Let me put a 5 here. Just a second. All right. So that's our, I think that's cool. Okay. Now that one's going to be 5. Over here, this one, we're going to make it 5 too.
Okay.
Okay. We're going to make it 5 too. Now, if the relative density per volume of both objects are the same,
yeah,
it will balance out. Have you ever seen a party
Seems
balloon?
logical. Yeah.
Okay, so have you ever seen a party balloon that after about like 3 days or whatever, it's like just floating in the middle of the room? Okay.
Yes.
It's because it's at neutral buoyancy, so to speak. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's equal. Now, if I change that, and this one is 5, and this one is 10, that seesaw is going to swing down this direction, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If I change this density of the medium to be greater per volume than the object itself, then the object is going to rise.
I think
It's
I
just
understand
like
this. This is logical.
Everything wants to be equal, Joe. Everything
Well, that's right. Okay. Well, let me ask, where is equal in what you're telling me? If I took this lighter and I took a hole in the earth and dropped it, when would the lighter stop? Would it stop?
It would stop.
When will it find equilibrium?
It would come to a point where once it hit some place that could support it, then that's where it would be. Think about the apple that Newton dropped.
Wait. So equilibrium is when it's sitting on something that can support it. Well, no, the balloon had equilibrium.
What you're saying, Joe, is you think you could drop the lighter through the earth and it would stop at a certain point.
You could ask me what I think. You could ask me what I think, but I'm asking you guys.
But it sounds like
where would the lighter
that's what
stop?
you think. That's what it sounds like. You think, well, Saab said it perfect. It would stop when it hit something that supported it.
And if nothing was there but air, it would just continue going forever?
Well, continue going forever. How? It would have to reach a point of equilibrium or near equilibrium.
That's what I'm saying. It seems like in order, you guys, equilibrium means at rest on another object.
Well,
I thought equilibrium somehow meant that it could float somewhere.
Well, it's all medium dependent. It's all medium dependent.
So as long as it's air, it just keeps rushing in the same direction.
What if it's water?
No. Well, let's keep it air. I dropped my lighter through endless air. It just keeps flying in that direction forever.
I don't think it would fly.
You couldn't have endless air.
Let's give me endless air. Let's give me endless air. Let's remove everything we know of and just drop this in air in outer space.
You're in total hypotheticals.
All right, yes, I'm in hypothetical.
Well,
let's both of y'all. Let me see, both of you guys. If the universe, the only thing we know of in the universe is air and this lighter, I let this lighter go. Where does it go?
Well, what do you mean? Where does it go? What you're making up a hypothetical situation.
You're a grown man. You've seen hypotheticals before. Stop. Yeah, this cannot be the first hypothetical you've ever heard of.
It would float until a magical pink unicorn and his 9 buddies showed up and ate it.
So it would stay, Matt, you agree? If I release this shit under the circumstances that I said, it would just stay in the same spot?
No, well,
no. I think it would eventually reach resistance. It would eventually reach resistance because it has to.
What's up, Roger?
What's up, Roger?
How you doing? The way physics work.
We're
Go
talking.
ahead, Roger. I see you want to say something.
No, I'm listening. It's a
Okay.
hypothetical right here with you.
Yes. Where would the lighter go? I release
Raj,
it in an
where's
infinite
his ladder?
universe of
Where's
the
his ladder,
same
Raj?
air.
Here's what you're not understanding, Joe. It is all medium dependent.
I'm not sure you answered my question first before you move
Your
on. It
question
was
is
stand
a
the same
non
space.
sequitur. Your question is a non sequitur because you're talking about a condition that does not exist and never will exist.
You don't have to do that. I've talked about conditions,
Exactly.
shit that don't exist. You've done that before. You were talking about unicorn shitting earlier in the conversation.
Do you know what the reasoning for that thing of the unicorns was? To show that even though the math equals a certain amount, it doesn't make the components of the math real.
Then trust me that I have a reasoning behind asking you this.
All
Where
right.
does the lighter go?
I don't know, Joe. Where does it go?
Towards gravity.
Where's gravity? If you're just got air, you don't have anything to make gravity.
Very good. Then it'll float.
I don't know. It's your story. You tell it.
All right. In my story, there's only air. There is no other mass for this to go anywhere to be attracted to. There is no other mass to perform gravity for.
All right, let me ask you this question.
So
Let me ask
in
you
my
this question.
hypothetical, it floats.
Let me ask you this question, Joe. Do you believe that there's a molten metal core like a molten iron core at the center of our Earth?
If I'm being honest, I don't know. I guess this is logical as anything, but I'm only, I don't 50-50 type shit. It could be damn other shit too.
I'm just saying. Why would you think your ladder would even exist at that point?
Why do I think what would exist?
Curie point. Do you know what the Curie point is?
Curie?
Yeah, the Curie point. What's the
Curie I don't think I've heard of the Curie point.
Okay, if you heat a magnet up, it will lose magnetization.
Okay, yeah.
So you can't have a molten.
That's called the Curie point.
It's like 5,000 degrees.
Okay.
Okay, so you can't have a magnetic molten core.
Nah, nonsense. If you take
that's not nonsense. That's science. That's science,
core,
man. They tell you that
if you take a molten core and you spin it, it will create a magnetic field.
No, as soon as it melts, it loses it. It loses it. It loses it as soon as it melts.
I'll tell you what, Joe, demonstrate that.
But you agree it does. I don't know. I think I saw a YouTube video, but here, let me look at it on my other phone if I can find my other phone. Go ahead, you guys can talk.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Joe, melt down some iron, electrify it, make it into a magnet, and spin it, and see if you can get it to work.
Well, I'm assuming that. Hold on, let me try somebody smarter than I am. It's like the. I don't know all the particulars. Hold on, give me a second.
And I'll tell you this, man, Joe, it would be cool as hell if you did that in your garage. Like if you melted like an iron little ball, and got stuff to like come to it, you would probably be like the most famous like person in the world.
The thing is, you got to keep it at that Curie point to have a molten core to start with.
Well, the thing is, it's never going to happen.
All right, so
they said it does.
So, as I was trying to explain to you, it's all medium dependent, Joe. The weight of an object is the relative density. It's a way of quantifying the relative density of an object within a given medium. A medium can be air. It can be liquid. Okay. We live in a fluid dynamic system.
There's a spinning ball of molten liquid.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see that.
Yes, I'm guessing. I'm not even going to play it. I bet it makes a magnetic field. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have a YouTube video about it.
So let's come back from Narnia land first. Okay, let's go back.
I was answering Roger's question.
I know. Let's come back from Narnia land here for a little bit, and we're discussing why do things fall or rise.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So it's all due to its weight. Okay, and the weight is determined by the medium, the relative density of the object within a given medium. So I'm sure you've seen that they have like therapy pools for obese people. and they put them in there so they can exercise easier.
Yeah.
Start burning off some calories. The reason being is because in the water, they weigh less than they do outside of the water. The reason
I understand this philosophy.
Okay.
You're not saying laying no heavy shit on
Right.
it. You ain't got to go slow. I get this.
Well, I'm also, I have an audience of about 142
All right.
people out here too, Joe. It's not all about you, bro.
Okay, all right. I feel like
Right?
you're giving me the beginner's class.
All right. So if I change the medium, I change the weight. I change the observed effect of acceleration. So what they call gravity, from its root word gravitas, which means heavy or weight, it doesn't mean magical forces pulling on shit.
You just
I think
called
it
it
actually means
acceleration
pressure.
now. You just
It's
called
like
it
it's just
acceleration.
like
Sure
that, right?
sounds like a force. Just
No.
saying.
Well, how did the object get in the air in the first place? There had to be energy to lift it to a position in order to drop it, right? Energy, due to the first
Pressure in
rule
a
of
medium.
thermodynamics, cannot be destroyed. It can only, or created, it can only be transferred or
Altered, yeah.
altered. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay. So where did the energy for that object to drop to the back to the earth?
Yes.
Where did it come from?
Well, when it was laying at rest,
Mm-hmm.
it had no energy, right? It was just sitting at rest.
No, it still had energy. It just could not displace what it was sitting on. For instance, the solid ground. It can't displace that. But you can put it into a shape that will allow it to displace that medium, like into the shape.
You can remove the solid ground.
Well, yeah, you have to dig it out, though. You have to expend energy to move it.
And then again, back to my previous hypothetical, when you move endless amounts of solid ground, you can't tell me what happens to this object anymore.
You can't remove endless amounts of solid ground.
In your head, I can. It's easy. I just poof.
The pressure will be pushing down because it's pressure mediation. And actually, if you remove the shitload of ground underneath it,
it might be able to help you, Joe. Listen to this for a minute. Let's say you had a bottomless pit, right? And you dropped this object down it. The air would cause friction enough to a point where it would actually eventually deteriorate. And
I like you, bro. I like you. I like you. All right. Let me see if I agree with you. First of all, no, I don't agree with you, first of all, because at some point this rock would achieve terminal velocity, and without the help of something accelerating it, it'd only be a couple 100 miles an hour. The rock would fall forever, hypothetically, in your situation.
Well, that's not going to happen anywhere anytime soon. I don't think we have a hypothetical. We can actually, we can't put that to the test, is what I'm saying. It's a nice hypothetical. Yeah,
but here's why it must remain a hypothetical for you guys, because that thing is flying in a direction. That direction was predetermined by where gravity was. Now, in my hypothetical, I removed the gravity, and now the rock still must move, and you can't explain that shit. So you must break down.
Well, yeah, because my magical pink unicorn came and knocked it out of the way. What in the fuck? We're talking about actual demonstrable physics.
Well, suddenly you don't know what a hypothetical is. That's the first sign of something.
Hypothetically, it doesn't matter. What is that? We don't live in hypothesis. Hypothetically, your hypothesis, in order to be even a scientific hypothesis, has to be rooted in something that's actual.
Yes, this is rooted in gravity.
Well, that's not actual. What gravity?
The gravity that determines the direction of that object.
Well,
gravity, everything. Haven't you ever asked, why does the balance of everything that you said, that, excuse me, the equilibrium you was talking about, why is everything's equilibrium seem to be laying flat on the earth? Why aren't more things equilibrium up here and down there?
That's because that's gravity created. It's not because of gravity at all. You didn't answer my question.
What was it?
Where did the energy for the object to return to the earth come from?
I was telling you and you cut me off. I was saying the energy. All right. The energy that was used to pick it up. That was the initial energy.
Yes.
Yes. And it was like a rubber band because of gravity.
No,
it was
not
storing,
because of
hold on, you asked, and I'm telling you stored energy in the object, and when you let it go, it returned. That's where the energy came from.
That's correct.
If there's no gravity, you pick it up, you let it go, and it just stays there.
Why? Wait a second. Why would it just stay there?
Because that's what happens when there's no gravity.
No,
we know that.
Stop talking for a minute. No, the thing is that there is no gravity. There's no need for this idea of gravity. Okay, you've taken the thing to a higher state of disequilibrium.
See, that's not really English.
An original state of equilibrium.
Laying flat on the ground is the original state of everything's equilibrium, apparently. I can't buy that.
What do you mean? You live it.
Everything's equilibrium is laying on the ground. You might as well be saying nothing to me. How is equilibrium just laying at rest? That is not equilibrium.
Listen, you're only taking one word out of the entire phrase to try to explain it. It's not going to work. Relative density disequilibrium. That's what I was just explaining to you with the teeter-totter.
Yes, everything with relative density equilibrium apparently must lay on the floor. I don't care if it's a 5 or a 7, it lays on the floor, right?
Heavier than the air. If it's heavier than the medium,
very good.
Per volume.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, so, very good.
Now, if we change the medium, which we can do easily, we change the medium density, and the ratio changes now. So things that were not supported by the air will be supported by a medium such as water, even oil. It'll be supported less than it is with water because of the density ratio of the oil. That's why the oil goes to the top of the water.
I'm guessing you're talking to the audience again.
Well, yeah, it's all the relative density. Okay, the relative density of an object in a given medium is what weight is.
All right, here, let's do this. In order for us to have this conversation,
let's smoke a bowl.
Yes, let's do that.
You have to first even be able to prove gravity, and they can't.
Sure, I can. Listen, this is where I was about to take the conversation. We're having this hypothetical conversation. Surely it's hypothetical because I watch people go into space every day now. I watch fucking live streams from outer space. So we know this is a hypothetical conversation that we're having here.
Star Trek again? There ain't nobody going to. The only thing that goes to space is your imagination, Joe. They showed you some shit on TV, and you just fucking believed it. Is all.
You did that too. You ain't never seen a fucking ostrich in real life, well, a fucking falcon, a condor.
Yes,
I have. My point. You don't want to hang your hat on seeing an ostrich because there are a million other animals that you've never seen before.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, there's a million
you
other
see
animals
them on video. I could use your argument then that you only saw them on video, therefore it doesn't matter. That's a poor argument that you're using here.
It's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Is Earth a closed or an open thermodynamic system?
Is Earth open or closed? Open. Earth is open.
Then we wouldn't have any air and we would not be talking right now.
You say.
All the gases would escape into that vacuum, nothing.
Unless there was a such thing as gravity, which you guys...
Well, let's suppose gravity does exist.
Yes.
Can you prove that it has any effect on gases?
Can I prove? Yes, clearly, yes.
How?
Some gases are heavier than others.
Yeah, but that doesn't... What's
gravity?
That's not gravity. They'll disperse.
Huh?
They'll disperse at relative density disequilibrium.
Yes, but they'll disperse down if they're heavier.
No,
gravity pulls on heavier shit.
Dispersing into the rest of the atmosphere.
They don't shoot up. Heavier gases don't shoot up into the air.
They don't shoot. They dissipate. It's called dissipate, and it's over the arrow of time.
It's over the arrow of time or whatever time period. Yeah. I don't even know if that's true, man. I
How
imagine.
can
I don't
you,
know.
Can you make like a ball of air?
Yeah.
How?
Where?
Just get a big ass fish tank
Oh, a
and
container.
take some.
Oh,
And take some.
container.
Hold on,
Yeah.
hold on. And take some really heavy gas. I don't know what it is.
Why do you
And
need
you
a
pour
fish
it, and you pour the heavy gas in there. It will sit there.
Not forever. It'll
No,
dissipate.
it will leave.
And why do you
What
need a
happens
fish
when-
tank? Why not just
What
put a
happens?
pile?
What happens when you remove
You
the
asked
container?
me if I can put it in a container. I said yes.
No, I said without a
No.
container.
What happens?
I
what
said
happens
yes
when
to
you
that
remove-
too.
Well, can you make a pile of gas on a table somewhere?
Yes. Right here.
Where? No, where? No, it just went everywhere.
But you see, it's right here. You know, a pile of gas is right here because I'm breathing it.
Yeah, it's all
Here was my
around.
example. Yes.
You're in it. But
Yeah.
can you
Yeah,
take,
you're
like-
in it.
like
You're
what
not.
you were
It's not a
suggesting-
pile.
It's the same thing.
I'm
It
sorry.
serves the same
I'm sorry,
purpose. Yes, there's a pile of
what
air,
you were
gas
just-
right here.
What you were just suggesting was hexafluoride. Okay.
Okay. If you
All
say.
right. Now I've seen that before, and I'm like, why do you have to have it in a fish tank?
You don't have to have it in a fish tank. The only
You
reason you put it in a
you
fish
could
tank
just
is
put
to prove
You
that
could put
people
a box.
there are
you
people
could
who say that Dalton's law, where it just spreads in all directions, blah blah blah.
put- that's
Actually,
all.
does the gas go to where it's heaviest or where it's lightest? When that gas dissipates, the heavy gas, does it go to where it's heavier or
It
lighter?
mixes. It mixes together.
If I take this,
That's
The-
why
the-
sometimes it's too high of a concentration inside of a house. You can get a high concentration of
Yeah.
CO2.
Yeah.
But if you're out in the outside, it's not going to give you any problems
I'd like to know
Okay.
how that heavy gas goes into the air.
because it
Uh,
dissipates. You live in a dynamic system, Joe.
It sounds like something heavy is rising now suddenly.
No, it dissipates into the other gases.
I know
Listen,
you're using the word dissipate, but
make-
does dissipate in this case mean that it rises?
It goes all over.
It can.
It doesn't go to the sides, goes
No,
there.
it just
Yeah,
it
blast.
just
It goes
disperses.
up.
Disperse means it goes in all directions. Disperse means it goes in all directions.
Yeah.
Gas
Heat
molecules
and
are
cold.
not bonded. They are
Heat and cold
subject
has-
to perfect elastic collisions. They will never bond together. This means that until they bounce off one another or a physical object, they will just keep bouncing around until they get further and further away from one another. That's all. They just do that. That's how gas works.
You want
Now,
to speed
if
the
you're
process up.
hexafluoride, could you make like a cube or a pile of hexafluoride on a
Now
table?
imagine if you froze it, you could, yeah.
Well, that's not a gas now. You've changed it to a
You didn't say gas. You said, can I make a pile of hexafluoride? I said, if you freeze it, I imagine you could.
It's a gas. We're talking about gases, Joe.
Is
when you
it
turn
no
it-
longer hexafluoride when you freeze it?
Oh my God. It's hexafluoride solid. It's not a gas anymore if you freeze
I
it.
didn't say it was a gas. You asked me,
my
can I put a
God.
pile of hexafluoride? I said,
Well,
freeze
do it. Let's see. Go ahead and freeze
Holy-
some.
I'm not interested in doing it. I was just asking a question. You ain't got to get aggressive.
No, that's ridiculous. And it's non sequitur to what even we're talking about.
Don't they freeze gases all the time and make liquids?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, if you
That's-
that's what I was saying that hot and cold will make it dissipate faster or slower. It slows
Yep.
down gas,
Agreed.
speeds it up.
Agreed.
That has nothing to do with gravity at all. That's temperature gradient.
It's nothing to do with gravity. You sure
Yep.
of that?
It's good.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, like
So if I took
gradient,
a
not
volume of
gravity,
ice,
gradient.
I'm sorry, gas, I froze it, and it's now liquid or whatever medium, and I release it, which direction will it go?
It's going to go away from the ground in all directions.
It's frozen now. It's in
Well,
either.
you just said it was thawing.
No, I'm not saying it's thawing. At least I didn't mean to
so
say.
it's not a gas anymore. If it's not
It's solid.
thawed, it's not a gas anymore.
Yeah.
There are
Yes, I
four
said it
there.
was a liquid now. I
Okay,
said
well-
you froze it, and it's now a liquid or a frozen
okay.
block.
Okay.
Now you
So-
release it. Which direction does it go?
Okay. It's going to remain denser than the surrounding medium as long as it is frozen or in a liquid form. As soon as it starts to achieve room temperature or warm up, it will turn into a gas.
As
And
an
it
ice
will-
cube or
and
a
it will
liquid,
dissipate.
Or it'll
if I
continue to move
release
up
it,
into a gas.
it goes down. My man was saying gravity doesn't play a role. I was saying it does, as in all forms, gravity still plays a role.
How is that gravity?
What else pulls it down?
Nothing is pulling it.
I can see that happening.
Pressure. It's pressure gradient, brother, man. I mean,
it's pressure gradient. All right, here.
Nope.
Here, I saw this experiment. Guy took a bottle of
you're
water.
Not understanding, Joe.
Pressure gradient. Let's see if I understand. I'm going with his pressure gradient theory. The water theory.
Well, you put like water, vinegar, oil, and
no.
I forgot what all you put in.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. No, I am talking about taking a water jug.
And like you can actually make the heaviest thing float on the top.
Yes, Saab has went over that.
And it's so weird.
Yes, Saab went over that very well. If you take a water bottle, a plastic water jug, and I hold it in the air, and I drill a hole in it, the water is going to shoot out because it's going to the least resistance, which is what gases would do. They'd go to the least resistance. It's going to the least resistance, and then it would go down because gravity pulls it.
So all gases would go down?
No, I think the gas is just coming out. I think
there is no gas. This is water in a jug. There is no gas. I cut a hole in it. It shot out
the water
and goes down. Water.
Well, the water is heavier than the medium that it's being introduced to, so it's going to fall.
All right. Now, if I take that jug and I'm holding it in the air and I release it, it's free flowing. Now the water, when it shoots out, does it still go down or does it go straight out?
Doesn't shoot out. It's all in free fall.
Exactly.
I'm
because
sure
you've removed gravity from pulling down on it. Now it goes straight out.
If you didn't remove gravity, you're still subject to relative density disequilibrium. It's in the process of equalizing in free fall. It's still falling.
But it's
falling. Joe, you have to let me finish.
Free falling means removing gravity. That's what free fall means.
It means seeking equilibrium.
Again, it means finding something big to lay against, which is the Earth, which proves gravity.
No,
it really does
prove gravity at all.
In your theory, something needs something big to touch. In every theory you got so far, it sounds like mass is being attracted to mass. You're proving what you said doesn't happen.
Joe, if you would let me finish a fucking sentence, you wouldn't have to be asking all these goddamn questions.
Don't get mad.
Okay? Hey, take it back, Eden. You got a lot of feedback, dude.
Oh, hi. Where is the feedback in the chat? Oh, okay, my bad.
There you go. Yeah, you killed it.
So the object itself is returning to a state of equilibrium because it's in disequilibrium with the medium, which is the air. Okay? That's all. If I cut out the exact same, who just popped up? I got everybody here.
I don't see nobody.
Oh no, here he is. There's Matt. Matt's on here twice.
How'd you get on here twice, dude?
I don't know how that happened. It's just basically it's because the medium cannot support the object. That's all. Okay, so it's going to return to whence it came because it's closer to the relative density of itself than the medium itself. Now, now listen, if the medium that it lands on, like the ground, let's change it to water. Okay.
Yeah.
Now that if it's like a lead ball, it's going to continue through that medium too. Why? Because that per volume, the lead is denser than the water. But let's make it Newton's apple instead. Once it hit the water, we change the medium. Now the apple floats. Why does the apple float? Because the relative density of the apple per volume compared to the medium that it's in is now less. And
it looks like
now instead of the object displacing the medium displaces the object because I could physically pull the apple underwater, but when I release it, it now goes up. Why? Because somewhere its equilibrium is somewhere between the medium of air and the medium of water. And so it goes just to the top.
All right. All right, let's stop dancing around this subject. This is why I said this is all a hypothetical of these things of which we speak. But let me ask you guys, Saab, all of you guys, and I want to answer from everyone. Is there a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
No.
Everybody else? Let me hear everybody else.
Well, I'm going to tell you, I haven't found any evidence for it, especially from the final experiment. There's a lot of questions we still got to answer, but it looks like they pretty much had a lot less than 24 hours of sun in Antarctica when they were down there. They fudged a lot of the rest of it.
So the answer is no, and the rest of you, can I assume no, or you just going to say no, 24-hour?
I think
24 hours.
I think it might have been possible that they witnessed something like that, but I don't think it was.
And the other cat with the static.
Good luck with that.
All right.
I don't know what Tony Drake thinks so.
So why is it that what type of mountain of evidence, because we're arguing gravity over here, the unseen, something as obvious as a 24-hour sun,
obvious,
what would it take for you guys to believe that 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
Well, I'm telling you this much, Joe, I'm going down there next year.
And I want you to answer my question still. What would it take for proof?
I would have to witness it myself for 24 hours and be above.
What else in your life? What else in your life do you hold to that standard where you must witness it for yourself in order for it to be true?
Have you seen Joe? Let me just say this.
Have you seen a flying fish?
Have I seen you hold it personally?
Yes.
Actually, yeah, I have in Florida.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very, very good. But you understand my point. Do you hold everything to that standard where I must see it in person for it to be true? Why are you doing that for the 24-hour sun? Ask yourself.
Let me say this.
Go ahead, Matt. Yeah.
I'd have to go down there 100% for myself, but I would not, even if I witnessed that, it would not change the fact that we have just witnessed things way too far, brother.
Are you telling me that if you went down there and saw a 24-hour sun, you would not believe your own eyes?
No, what I'm telling you is even if I went down there and I saw something like that, I would just feel like that would be like a miraculous event. Because
I'm not sure whether that means you believe it or not. I'm not sure.
Like,
Joe, have you actually? What would you think if you went down there and you didn't see a 24-hour sun?
I would love for that to happen. First of all, because I like to learn the truth. I'm more interested in that. I would cuddle up to you cats and be like, "We got to figure this out. Let's go get them." You know.
Yeah, and I don't think they witnessed it. I honestly don't believe the footage that came back. But I mean,
so here's my take on it.
Hey, can I have my take on it?
Yeah, go ahead, Tony. You got an echo going.
Turn YouTube off.
How do I stop the echo?
Turn off YouTube.
Oh, which button is that? I'll
try. Figure that out. While you're figuring that out, I'm gonna give my take on this. All right.
Go ahead.
First of all, over a century of Antarctic exploration, and for at least the last 50 years, stations that are down there. Yet NASA as well. Not a single legitimate 24, not any of them have filmed a 24-hour sun, only from some random people here and there, and we've already dissected them to be more than questionable. That's first and foremost to understand. Secondly, 400 years of indoctrination of people into this bullshit. They're not going to be dispelled by a couple of fucking YouTubers going down to Antarctica. They're not going to allow that to happen. Okay? That's just not going to happen. I'm going to get rid of this other one right here. There we go.
Everybody duplicate.
So that's not going to happen. Secondly, this came to be exactly what I said it was going to come to be right from the beginning. I said that this is exactly what it was going to be. We would be in the same boat we were before they left.
It's interesting as fuck. You got all of this footage now.
Wait a second. You asked my take on it. I'm giving it. Let me finish it. All right. So they came back with better than questionable fucking evidence, especially with Toon ranting around out on the ice like some kind of a petulant fucking effeminate man child.
When he was called dude a liar.
That dude. Wow. So
he was emotional. That's interesting.
And most of all, whether there is or is not a 24-hour sun in Antarctica doesn't fucking matter.
It does for what I need it for.
Oh, no.
Yeah. All I need it for is, I'm not trying to prove flat earth. I am trying to prove that you guys are not open to anything. I'm telling you that the burden of evidence for flat earth, you put on like nothing else.
I'm scared, Dad.
Do you trust me, son?
Yes.
Come on, son. Rule number 1, never trust anybody.
There. That's the truth right there. Now, that's the fucking truth. Now, when I saw the shit that came back, and as far as I'm concerned, what does this tell me? No, I don't think there's a 24-hour sun. Why? Because if there was, we would have fucking known about it already.
I know.
Okay.
You need to remain ignorant. Will for ignorance.
No.
I Googled the shit. I YouTubed the shit a long time ago. I didn't think people like you existed.
Joe.
Excuse me?
Google says men can get pregnant. Fuck Google.
Google has shit that's correct too. That's another poor argument.
Incorrect too. So does Wikipedia. I saw Wikipedia had an entry in there saying that air pressure.
So what is your point? Google is inadequate? I saw you Google shit yourself.
Yes, I have used a search engine.
Okay, so why are you giving me shit about using Google?
Do you use any other search engines?
I absolutely do, but even better, it directed me to the videos of 24-hour sun that I needed to see.
Okay, did you dissect it? Did you critically analyze the film that you watched?
The many films.
Many films.
Yes, of 24-hour sun.
I dare you to find 5.
You dare me to find 5 24-hour films from Antarctica. You're kidding.
Find it one. It solves a good quarterback. Okay, he'll set you up.
You know, that's actually a really good. Yeah, find 5.
I mean, the reality of it is this. Like I said, over a century of people down in Antarctica, established bases and shit. And there's only just like this little handful of fucking videos of a 24-hour sun.
Why would they be down there filming a 24-hour sun? Who in their right mind would film 24 hours of sun?
First and foremost.
Is that something? You act like that's incredible. They went down there and didn't film the sun for 24 hours. They were probably trying to live and not prove somebody wrong.
Well, Joe, the thing is,
who's
they
got
went down
24
there to
hours
do
of video back in the fucking 1800s?
They went
you sound like, why didn't they do it? Nigga, you wouldn't have did it.
Joe.
But they were supposed to set their cameras up and film a 24-hour sun.
No, he's talking about 100 years ago. Motherfuckers wouldn't film it for 24 hours in an hour. Wouldn't film the sun as
Joe,
if somebody would do that crazy stuff.
Do you think the only way to document something is through film?
No, but I don't think no one would film the sun for 24 hours 100 years ago, and you act like that's a burden someone needed to prove.
Do you think that it would be logical for entries to be made by Antarctic explorers who are deep within the interior, claiming that in the summer, the temperatures are tolerable, but when the sun goes down, it gets unbearably cold?
It sounds like I'm in Colorado. I say the same shit all the time.
Okay. Yeah, the sun goes down.
Yeah.
That's the key point. Now, my biggest point on this is,
you know, the sun goes down depending on what time of the year it is. You know that shit.
Of whatever the fuck.
Why'd you act like you made a point there when you know the sun goes down in Antarctica because it switches from summer to winter, all that shit?
Summer. in their summer. This is when they claim the 24-hour sun, Joe.
Wait, you're talking about a particular trip now. Someone went down there.
I'm talking about an entry in National Geographic from what was the guy's name? It'll come to me. It's on the tip of my tongue. But the bottom line is this: regardless of that, it's not going to.
That is nothing. That is nothing. Don't act like you added something on. You talking about a fucking article from the 60s in National Geographic,
no, I'm not.
as if we don't have a million people right now who you could call in Antarctica,
century,
right?
Joe.
We don't have to go by a National Geographic shit. You could call someone.
This century.
All right. Why are you talking about a National Geographic article when you could fucking call Google? Your friends went down there. What are we doing?
Wait a second. Who's my friend that went down there?
Whitsitt and Jaron. I assume
How do you get that they're my friends?
Because one of them said you called them.
I called them. Yeah, I know them about as well as I know you, Joe.
I'm your friend, punk. Say something different.
That's what I'm saying.
Because every day I say I have a flat earth friend, and you're him, motherfucker.
I guess we're all friends, Joe.
Look,
you damn right.
Friends, Joe.
You damn right. I'm okay with that.
You got a wrench on my channel too, don't you?
I know, bro. I told my girl I was like,
you know what? I was even on
me.
Jaron's panel. I was on his show for Reefer Roulette, right? And did you know
I
was
ever
the only
seen
panelist?
Reefer Roulette.
I was the only panelist on there that didn't have a wrench. I never asked for one because I think that anybody that asks for power should not be allowed to have it.
That was my rule too. If you ever asked, there's no chance you're gonna get one. Yeah.
So I'm like, Joe, I didn't even have a wrench on his channel and shit. Now I was friendly with the dude, talked to him off camera on the chat and shit on Facebook and shit like that. Tell a few jokes here and there, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's cool as shit. I don't even know the fucking guy's wife's name.
How smart is that Whitsitt fuck? I've been watching Whitsitt since this shit happened. I've been actually watching these cats. Whitsitt is fucking smart as fuck, Joe.
Dude, Whitsitt is smart as fuck. Like, he can rabble off some shit, at least. But,
there's practical
dude, I actually met Dave and Whitsitt, man, in person.
It's like
Flat Earth conference. Yeah.
Like 3 years ago, and dude, they were like super fucking nice. They just seemed like the coolest people.
Very good.
Just very friendly.
Very good.
Like they didn't seem like bad people.
Very good.
But yeah, but I mean,
hey,
what's going on right now?
Y'all can't really think. Well, maybe you do. I don't want to make assumptions that him and Jaron. Do y'all think he lied or they were deceived or something?
I don't think they had a choice.
I don't know what that means. I don't think I know what that means.
All right. That's what I was trying to get into before. You do not think that
I think they had a choice.
Hold on. Let me hear. I'm sorry.
You don't think that there over 400 years of indoctrination and pushing of this shit to deceive everybody, that they're going to just let a couple of guys from YouTube go down there and fuck all that up, do you? You realize
you're making some assumptions here.
You realize there's been people killed over this shit.
No, I don't realize that.
He doesn't know Gus
They
Grissom.
don't have to threaten you, Joe. All they have to do is go after the people you love or the things you care about. Now, let me tell you how an offer you can't refuse goes. Okay? So, look, you go along with the program and we give you $1 million, or you don't go with the program, we kill your family and you don't get the $1 million. You're going to take the fucking deal.
Whitsitt didn't look like he had a fucking Porsche outside. I'm just saying.
Oh no, man.
Like
he don't look like he got $1 million. Him nor Jaron.
He looked beat down when he come back.
He is, because this kills me, right? Because I see them as regular people. I try to think of them as what if they were indoctrinated clones injected or something. But all I can come up with is they were regular people who absolutely love you niggas. Hold on, they absolutely love you niggas, and they apparently were good representatives. I've been watching them now. They're fucking good at what they do. And they went over there and they was like, fuck, I saw the sun. I felt the heat. It went around. Now what do I do?
Here's the problem, though.
These courageous fucks came back and told the truth, man. That's all I see, bro.
Look, anytime I see motherfuckers pointing at the sky,
they knew they were going to get attacked. Look at this shit; it's insane. They lost every friend they had.
I'm just.
It's all hype.
I've only.
What's worth this?
I've only attacked the evidence that we've received, and I have been scrutinized and skeptical of it exactly the same as they would be over any fucking NASA or SpaceX video.
That was your best point that you had.
100%. And I will go on record once again as saying that had it not been them that went on this trip, they would be scrutinizing this shit just as heavily as they are, as we are. And if you kind of take a look, Dave Weiss has changed his tune a little bit on this shit too. I don't think his explanations as plausible as the others, but the bottom line is this: when I saw the 24-hour stream that they had,
I'm not sure I remember which one he is.
They had a 24-hour stream set up on Rumble on Candace Owens's channel, and I was watching the damn thing. Okay, and I'm going, okay, this is kind of cool. And I come back and look at it some more. And then finally I'm like, all right, I'm going to go to bed. And then tomorrow I'll be able to watch this entire thing like 5 times speed. So I can really see the sun moving and see its characteristics and shit, you know?
Yeah.
Well, I got up the next day and I hit the fucking play button and nothing happened. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? So I hit refresh and it comes up 404, page not found. So their excuse for that was that Starlink went down. Well, that don't matter. Where's the footage that you had already? Why can't, what the fuck is up with that? I mean, like right now, if my internet got killed right now, right? What we've done so far on YouTube and Rumble will remain there. It will still be there. It doesn't.
Yeah, it'll still be there. Yeah. It don't mean it's not taken down.
I'm sure that a video of the sun doesn't violate terms of service. Okay. So what the fuck? Why was that took down?
I've been here a million times. You know, I've been YouTubing for a very long fucking time. I've seen a million people take this stream down. It can't find it. Unprivate. Wonder if YouTube. I've seen a million motherfuckers this happen a million times in all different ways with all different excuses. None of them meant that the event never occurred. Especially when you saw 18 cameras of it happening when that goes dead. That sounds crazy.
Joe, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a technical question?
If I can ask
everybody. Okay, so if the sun, like, let's go globe head for a minute. You got the sun in the middle, right?
My baby smoke choking over there. Smoking choking.
It's okay. So you have one ball in the center. Now you're gonna do the Earth, right? Okay. So the Earth is
again. I don't understand. You got one ball in the middle. Now do the Earth. I'm not sure I know what that means.
Yeah, that's the sun. So we got the sun in the middle, and then we got the Earth out here, right? Okay. Is it going to go around now? How is the poles going to be oriented? It's summertime, okay? So you're on one side.
You got me, man. I'm the wrong guy for that one. It's summertime. You know Go ahead.
So it's one way or the other. Either the South Pole is closer to the sun or the North Pole. It's one or the other, or neither.
I would assume it's tilted more at one time of the year. You know, yes.
Okay, so actually, we'll say Antarctica is the winter. So when it gets on the other side,
I hope that's the dog fucking with sun.
I think that's the whole thing, is that the pole is pointed there, right? So in the summertime, the Arctic would be in the same position, right? Like the Arctic would be all-time sun in the north.
I ain't gonna bullshit you. I've been smoking too much to keep up with you. I'm gonna need 3D renderings and shit. Saab, is he right?
Dave gets me going too.
Yeah, I know Saab. What you're saying.
It's as simple. The shit in the sky does not determine what you're standing.
Yeah, no, it's not wrong.
Exactly.
I mean, this is for real. The things in the sky that they're always wanting to look at the sky. You can tell the Earth's a globe. Here's a telescope. Look at the sky. What in the fuck are you doing? First of all,
well, the first reason you would do that is just logic alone.
Well, what logic?
Just logic alone. When you look up, you see all of these objects, and you would get you a telescope, a really good one, and you look at them. And if you see that they're all spherical, odds are you're spherical. That's a great reason to look up in the sky.
Tell me this, Joe. Tell me this, Joe. And I love you, brother. I love you, Joe. I love you, Joe. But answer me this. Look at your light bulb.
Don't tell him to look at the light bulb. That's mean.
and tell me the shape of the floor.
Tell you the shape of the floor
based off your light bulb.
Oh,
okay.
You think you sound so witty? Oh, so smart. Oh my God.
I'm going to use.
I'm just telling you, man.
I'm going to look.
Well, no. You're giving me a really dumb way to look at the sky and prove a thing. If you were being sincere, you'd have came like, can you find a North Star? Follow the North Star or something. You know, if I make my light bulb shaped like a a shoe,
man,
it doesn't determine the shape of the floor.
That's
not what I said. I was saying you were being sincere at that moment. You were trying to gain some points. This is what I was trying to say.
All right, so let's use that logic.
Yeah.
So I look off into the forest. I'm wondering what I am. And I look off into the forest and I see that there's these things that stand on the ground.
Yeah.
And they have these arms that come off of them. And they have leaves kind of like fingers on the ends of those arms. And some of them have many arms. I only have two. And therefore, I must be a tree.
Yeah. Does the object that you see in the woods, is it spherical?
No, it's a tree. It looks
then
like.
We're not talking about whether the planets look like the Earth we're on. We're talking about whether we think the planets are humans out there. Is that what you're trying to compare? Make a comparison?
No. Wow. No.
Okay.
Wow. No. Holy shit. What I'm saying is.
We were talking about the Earth. The thing that they're standing on.
Well, when you look at the moon with a telescope, it sure looks solid enough. Like you can see the terrain on the moon, right? Like
it's pretty impressive.
Looks solid to me. Yeah, I don't know.
All right, so let's get back to what the fuck I was talking about.
Actually, he got a good point. You should not over bypass that. Why is it I can look at the moon, do a telescope, and see detail? And what does that tell you? You're a smart man.
Would you assume that because a baseball has texture?
No, I'm not assuming no weird shit. I'm asking you, what do you see when you look through a telescope? What does that tell you? Then you look through a telescope.
It tells me that there's shit in the sky that some appear to be spherical and some do not.
So you're saying it looks spherical, the moon?
Holy fucking God, will you let me finish my goddamn
No, because you're not answering my question.
I am answering your question. I'm not answering it the way you want me to. That's all.
Well, I'll take yours. What do you see? What do you see when you look in a telescope? What does it tell you?
I see that there's a lot of these little lights in the sky, and some of them appear to be of a different color, but they still appear to be lights in the sky.
My question was about the moon, baby. Well, you're not answering my question. Moon? You said you're going to answer my question.
Why would you think? Why would you assume because you see that you're on something like it?
I'm not telling you what I assume. I asked you, what can you tell when you look at the moon through a telescope? You're a bright man. What do you discern? You're not answering my question.
I see a round object.
Very good.
Emitting a light from it.
Yeah.
It could be spherical or it could be concave. I don't know. I can't know unless I can actually examine the object close up by testing it, touching it.
I don't know. You can tell a lot by looking at the thing, right? You can tell a lot.
No, you can't. That's why a Potemkin. Do you know what a Potemkin village is?
You can't. I don't, but I know I can tell a lot of looking at the moon because the Earth is so big. I do know that if you take pictures from one coast and the other coast, you see more of the curvature. The face changes, telling me it's spherical.
Okay, I'm going to tell
you. You can tell a lot by looking at it.
Sure, you assume that it's spherical. I understand that.
I mean, it seems like a good assumption. Just like looking at a basketball, if I can see the sides of it. You
only ever see one side of it.
Right.
That doesn't change what I can see. What I can see, I do know what I can see.
I can go to Walmart right now for about $20. I can buy this thing that'll project the moon right onto my fucking wall. You know what it looks like? It looks like a sphere.
I'm not sure if that's a good argument either, that I can make a movie and trick your eyes. I'm not sure that's an argument. You sound desperate.
Well, no, I'm not desperate at all. You're the one that's desperate because you keep cutting me off.
Well, I don't mean to cut you off, but that is not a good argument. Your argument keeps going to.
You don't like.
I could make a fake. I know you could make a fake. Right. That's not a good argument.
How have you determined anything beyond observation of the moon? How have you actually determined that it is indeed a sphere? How have you, other than just looking at it and assuming it?
Yeah. Well, I'm a fan of I've read and studied a bunch about the moon landing. So in doing that, I learned a lot about the moon in reading.
It is a circle. I will agree with you. It is a circle, but it is in the sky, and we don't know what it is.
When it comes down to it, I guess we can't touch it, right?
No, you're wrong. I mean, I can't touch it, but many people have touched it.
Again, Joe.
Joe, we haven't.
Stolf has a picture of the food dishes, and when you look at it, you can't tell from 5 feet away what it is, right?
No, I've seen that, but I've seen the debris.
Let me finish.
I'm sorry.
If you were standing over the table with he has this. It's inside joke. But he's got this one with the food containers, and you can't tell which bowls or plates are upside down or whatever.
Yeah.
But in your defense, Joe, if you were sitting at the coffee table and it was all in front of you, you probably could discern it, right? If you were right there, like.
Yes, a telescope can take me almost right there, but we have pictures of the part of the moon shit that we left up there. We have pictures. Other countries have pictures of them now. Of the debris that we left up there. We've been there.
We got pictures of it, man.
Yes. What the hell? This is not a mystery. Do y'all not look for this shit when y'all trying to prove shit?
It's all story time, guys. This is what we see.
Am I correct that you guys must retain this thing in your head where any picture above 60 miles, 100 miles or something, anything over there is just CGI conspiracy shit? You must maintain that, right?
Basically.
That's insane. Are you crazy? You think cameras stop working at a certain height? Don't you fucking feel like you're insane?
I'm going to take you back.
There's no pictures over a certain height.
I'm going
to take a picture of my ass.
God damn it. Let me fucking talk on my show.
I'm gonna hop out, guys. Much love, everybody.
See what you did, All right.
It's my fault.
Jesus Christ. So I'm gonna take you right back. Let's assume that the Earth or that the moon is a sphere. Why does that mean that the Earth is one too?
It does not. It does not. However,
conceded.
I was about to tell you the point. The point is that if you look at another one and another one and another one, and they all look spherical. Now the odds that you are on a sphere have increased tremendously. That's why.
Let me ask you something. Is there a bunch of pool balls on a pool table?
Sometimes, yeah.
Right? I think there's 8 of them, 9, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does that make the table a ball too?
These proper analogies, man. Yes, are you being serious? Or are you trying to just, treat me like a child or something? Give me a sincere analogy. How many stars are there? How many stars are there?
What do you mean? How many stars are there?
How many stars? Do you know how many stars you can see with a good telescope? Hundreds and hundreds of trillions.
Yeah.
So my point is, if all of them are spherical, now it's the analogy of 8 shits, 8 balls on a pool table suddenly doesn't hold water.
When have you ever seen them as spherical? You haven't. You see?
No, I don't know that they're spherical, but
well, there you go.
With a good enough telescope, you can tell that they're round. And because I can see the moon and I know it's spherical,
outside of
other planets, I can assume it's spherical.
What other planets have you personally witnessed through a telescope that are spherical?
Why do I gotta personally see which shit through a telescope again? Motherfuckers gotta jump through hoops for my reality.
So you're just believing stories.
No. Okay, you've personally seen motherfuckers tame lions in the jungle. Motherfucker, why my proof has to be personal? Do y'all hold yourselves to that standard? Listen, I'm gonna start doing the same thing you guys do.
I'm gonna go.
Everything you say, I'm gonna ask you, have you seen personally?
If somebody who has
that's not an argument.
If somebody tells me a story that has a very questionable past and their information, I'm gonna look for myself. It's just like if a fucking guy that lies to me all the time he tells me it's raining, I'm gonna go to the fucking window and look. Because
I'm gonna do it if it's a nigga I trust, Saab. If it's my best friend, I'm still gonna go check 4 different sources.
Where did you ever see Jupiter as a sphere yourself?
Well, I just happened to watch YouTube videos lately because I was having a conversation with somebody, and now the telescopes have gotten so good that people in their backyards are looking at Jupiter and Saturn and stuff like that. Incredible images, in my opinion. Yeah.
Well, how does that mean they're spherical?
It does not mean they're spherical. I think you asked me that shit, but
that's right.
But it doesn't mean 100%. Not just 100%. It just gives us evidence in that area, in that direction.
It's not evidence at all.
Looks like it to me.
It's evidence that you see objects in the sky that you assume are spheres.
Yes, that's how you do everything too. That's how you do everything too. I'm not doing nothing weird here.
My next question: how far away are these objects?
How could I know?
That's right.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, they're pinpoints of light in the sky, and you ask me, Joe Cool from YouTube, how far away a star is? Well, you expect too much of me, bro.
No, here's a hint.
I'll ask you, how far are they?
They're the same distance.
They're the same distance.
They're all the same distance.
Have you went and measured them? Have you seen that yourself?
They never parallax one another.
Have you went and measured them yourself?
What do you mean measured them? How the fuck are you going to measure them?
I'm holding you to the standards that you hold me to.
How are you going to measure them? My point
I don't know. That's the crazy stuff you be asking me. Have I seen them myself?
That's right. So astronomy is not science, is it?
I would disagree.
Okay.
You can learn a lot from astronomy. Yeah.
What science does astronomy perform?
It tells me that the Earth is round.
No, it doesn't. Wow. So what science do they use to do that?
Well, motherfucker took a I don't even know what it was, a filter and put it over their camera, and they looked at the sun and it spun around in Antarctica. Okay. And through doing that, it told me that the Earth was round, at least that it was more probability that it was round.
They told you that the thing in the sky was round.
And, well, from that, I can determine, because I don't have any blockages, that likely that means that what I'm on is round too.
Well,
when you add that in with daylight, the times of daylights around the world,
would have to be very large and very far away, right?
That means what?
That these objects would have to be very large and very far away.
The stars.
Yeah.
I think. Well, you wouldn't have to. They wouldn't have to be, but. It would be.
Let's start with the sun. Okay, I'm going to show you how the heliocentric model dies before it's even born.
Yeah.
All right. What is the sun?
I don't know. You tell me.
Right. We are told that it's a big, huge.
No. Don't tell me what we're told. You tell me what the sun is. You just asked me.
I don't know what the fucking sun is. I'm only going by what your
you don't know. No. Don't go by my shit. What? Go by your shit. You tell me what the sun is and when the next eclipse is gonna be.
The sun is outside of the realm of science, my friend.
Do you know when eclipses are gonna occur?
Yes.
From how?
From the Soros cycle.
What's that?
It's a cycle of eclipses that was developed by the ancient Babylonians because it's a repetitive cycle that happens all the time, repeatedly.
Right. So you can tell by what who the Babylonians said.
The ancient Babylonians. And they were flat earthers, bro.
Right. They were flat earthers?
Yes,
I don't know about all that. I can't read it right now. And if they were, they were still wrong. But right now in 2025, we can predict the shit right now. I go to your hated Google site and I could Google when the eclipse is going to occur, because we have a model that shows the sun is going to be blocked by the moon.
Where'd they get that from, though? Where'd they get that prediction from? Their post-diction from, I should call it.
I don't know where that model come from, but I
Soros,
know it works because I'm old
tables,
now.
Joe.
I've seen it work.
Joe, they get them from the Soros tables. That's where they get it.
I don't. It doesn't matter where it come from. So you agree that it works?
Yeah, because it's a repetitive.
Well, it only works because it's going around a sphere.
No,
we know that now,
that's
right?
An assumption. That's an assumption.
Is it repetitive though, or is it a giant loop that finally equals out and then starts over again? Right? Like, is it consistent like the moon phases every 30 days? But it's not though. It's like every several years, right?
It's got like an odd number to it that goes through. I'm not exactly sure how they calculated it out, but they were brilliant. And you know, this is like 5,000 years ago. So
yeah, they had the code.
They're not predicting anything. They're just following a fucking already established pattern that was already recorded.
But you know that no, stop it. Nobody's got to read some ancient Babylonian shit now because we have a model. We have a model that shows if it is spherical. Hold on, why you get to interrupt me?
Because you don't have a model. Your model.
Okay, you don't know. You haven't taken the time to ask me my model.
Inception. Do you realize that you cannot have a ball of gas?
No. Did you just cut me off and change the subject, man?
No, I'm telling you right now. Don't quit saying you have a model. You don't have one.
Okay, well, let me say it anyway. Do me the courtesy of saying that now we know that with a 3D sphere, that and if the sun is what we think it is, that we can take another circle, and if it spins around like we say it will, it'll block the sun. We're so good at it, we can tell you exactly when it's going to happen. No one has to Google ancient Babylonian Mayan calendar. We have models, computer models that show it now.
NASA uses the Soros cycle.
So that's a yes. We do have models that show the little moon can go around the earth and block the sun.
You don't have a model. You have several models.
3D model.
You have several models.
So we have
one model that incorporates.
I don't know who we is. I'm one person. So the model I'm thinking of, I don't know how I could have several models.
You're thinking of like Cartoon Land. There has no basis in reality to start.
There is multiple globe models for sure.
It literally.
Yeah, Joe, I got something to say right quick. The last eclipse that they had to change their prediction several times because it didn't fall when they said it was going to with their solar model. It was off.
I'm sorry, somebody was texting me. Say again.
I said they were off with their solar.
Who was they? And I don't know who the solar model
NASA.
was.
Yeah, it's their.
I don't know, but I'll take your word for it if you say so. Yeah.
Look it up.
Yeah,
they were off by.
I don't care if NASA was off with a solar model. That wouldn't disprove anything that I'm saying. That we know that a circle goes around it blocks. We know that it leaves a half semi shadow, meaning that it's circular. We know these things just through observation.
Well, there's a problem. We have this thing called the selenilian eclipse, and it's totally backwards from what should be happening. The shadow of the Earth is coming in on the moon from the top. It shouldn't do that. It should be coming from the bottom, and it doesn't do that, indicating that it's not the shadow of the Earth. Secondly, the ratios don't work out of shadow.
I could go for that, Saab, and I'm sure that it is that. But if you were giving this the weight that you give everything else, you would see that there's 99% here and 1% here. And you got to fish and keep throwing that 1% out and ignoring the 99% of other shit. That's all the stuff to say is not certain. But if all you talk about is the 1%,
if the
now
1%
that should tell you something about your thought process.
If the 1% goes against the other 99%, it still goes against the other 99%. And it cannot be explained by what you are trying to explain or assuming is the cause of
what I'm saying is that if I know if I can explain 1% of a thing, I know that if I can't explain 1% of a thing, I know my phone works, but I can't explain much more than 1% of it. Your logic doesn't hold.
Yes, it does.
I know it works though.
Absolutely, it holds.
Because of the abundant shit that I can do with it. I can't explain who makes the core. Someone could be like, have you seen them mine the core in Africa? Then it's no phone. But I use it every day.
Joe, what makes you think that it's the shadow of the Earth going across the moon, or even the moon going across the fucking...
I got glasses right here in the drawer. Look at them every fucking time when they go across, man. I'm a
How
big
did a
fan,
container
bro.
ship stick to the bottom of a spinning ball?
I'm a big
water?
fan. I
How does
watch
that
them
work?
every fucking time. Yeah.
Your models don't make sense, Joe. It doesn't make any sense.
Nothing about your model. Your model incorporates.
Can I say something? Can I say one thing? I got all it is the lights in the sky, the luminaries, whatever you want to call them. They're important, man. To me, anyway. I don't know why I believe that, but you know,
The men have always looked up at the sky and saw heavy stuff.
Staring into fire for me. That's all I want to say.
Same
thing. The sky could change, but the Earth is still flat. What you see in the sky can change. It doesn't matter, though.
Well, I believe that they do have an effect on our world to a point, and those cycles are very important, and they observe them all the time. That's what astronomy is. It's not science. It's watching the luminaries, following their paths. And if you read biblical cosmology at all, you'll find out that the Lord put those there for signs and seasons, Joe.
Well, there will be Africans.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue some of those things. Yeah.
There will be people in Ethiopia staring up at the sky tonight, but they won't understand the realm that they're in. They're just tribes people.
I don't know what that means.
No, it's true. There's tribes out there all over South America too.
We don't understand the realm we're in. I'm arguing with people who still think the Earth is flat. So I'm not sure what the hell.
Still thinks the Earth is flat. Do you think that we somehow transported here from the 1400s or something?
I don't think nothing like that. But I've seen people. You can actually pay a couple $100,000 now and going out of space and put it on your Instagram. I see people do it all the time. So you telling me that somebody's shadow of their left boot on a picture from the 60s will not disprove that, bro?
How do
you know how much how much it takes to become an astronaut to get into space?
They got tours now. You don't have to be an astronaut. They got tours. They got tours now. They're putting it on their Facebook and shit, bro. Where you guys been? They got fucking tours.
Oh my God. Are you talking about spaceadventures.com?
I'm talking about, I don't even know that one. I've looked up a couple at least. I've looked up one where you go straight up and they're launching them back to back. Everybody's doing shit on the internet about them. And the other one where you do in a seat where you sit down in the seats. One of them is like a conventional rocket that shoots up and drops back down, and the other one is more like a shuttlecraft. $250,000 for the shuttlecraft.
African knots. Have you ever seen the African knots? There's African knots. I don't know if you've ever seen those before, but you're on the same drugs that Elon's on, I think. You're taking the same stuff that Elon takes.
Indica. He's an indica fan because goodness knows that's what the fuck I'm smoking over here.
African knots.
I'm sure that's funny, but I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
See there? Live aboard the International Space Station. Look at there.
Wow.
Coming soon, the new Boeing Starliner spacecraft. Isn't that the one that stranded that bitch up there? I think so.
I think it is, actually.
Yeah. You get the space. You can't get a price on this. You have to actually.
That looks real.
Some people that went. Look at here. Yusaku. Oh, you must have these guys on your Instagram or on your Facebook or something.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. What you picked up, what you wanted to pull up. You didn't pull up.
This is the only place I've seen.
You're not disputing what I saw. Here, let me pull up what I'm talking about. Give me a second. No, I'm not talking about what you're talking about. No.
This is a legit company. It's called in fact, the head partner of ALE is a partner in this company as well, spaceadventures.com. And you can actually book through them. It'll take you to another site that will actually take you up in 0G. And you can
let's raise the money for Joe. Let's make him an astronaut and send him up to space.
That'd be pretty cool. But yeah, this is the company. I thought this is probably the one you were talking about because this guy.
You got to be a Freemason to go, right? They got to check your credentials to make sure that you're part of the club.
So this guy, like I said, the head partner of ALE is a partner in this company here as well. And it's private investors, so you can't look up who their investors are because it's by a private holding company. So it's not a publicly traded company. It has private donors. So I tried to look into it. Same thing with ALE. No, you can't go to a place that violates the laws of thermodynamics, Joe. That's just that simple.
Does Joe really believe there's upside down kangaroos and people living upside down on the bottom of a ball?
Stupid, yeah.
Do you believe that do you believe in upside down boats and shipping containers, ships and airplanes and upside down rain and upside down waterfalls? It all have to be upside down in down under Australia. Joe believes in all this upside down shit. People living their whole life upside down. Is that what you believe? That's stupid, Joe. That's laughable.
No, from what I heard, it sounded stupid and laughable too. Whatever you were talking about.
That's your that's your belief, Joe.
Did you ask me? Or did you just tell me my belief?
That's your model, an upside down ball with water upside down.
No. That doesn't sound like what I'm thinking about at all. But
yeah, it is. You believe in a spinning ball with people
You're
living
telling
in
me
Australia.
what I believe.
Well, then what do you believe? Where's Australia?
Do that first. If you're sincere,
Australia?
right?
Where's Australia?
You don't know where Australia is?
You don't answer, do you? See, you can't answer with your model. What's your model? Your model.
What is my
globe?
Go ahead.
I'm in Australia.
Damn it! What do I do for what would I call it? Space tourism.
Be quiet. Let Tony talk.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Tony.
I'm in Australia. I can tell you, and I've seen the sun circle to my south. Hey, if you look at that program on the computer, it shows you where the daylight and darkness is all across the world.
Yeah.
You can check that map by phoning anybody and ask them, is the sun just rising? And I've done it, and that map is very accurate, okay? And the sun comes in from your right-hand side and it goes out on your left-hand side if you're in the southern hemisphere like me, but you probably look at it upside down. But regardless, the sun comes in from the east and it leaves in the west. And the only way that can work is if you roll that map into a cylinder, and it works perfectly.
Hey, Sam, I got a question.
Of course, we are on the inside.
Wait, Tony, you think you're on a cylinder? Is that what you're saying?
These guys are not astronauts. They're regular people who got money.
That's at Jeff Bezos shit.
This is Bezos shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not space.
Let me finish.
No, they're floating around, Joe. They put it on their Instagrams, Joe. They on like the 12th fight or something. They do this a lot now.
Joe, you interrupted Tony.
Okay, Tony. I agree with Tony. He was saying you must at least be on a cylinder, either a cylinder or a sphere. I agree, Tony.
Hang on. First, you've got to understand that it's flat. And then after you understand that, you can see that it is actually, to our ability, it is perfectly flat from north to south. If you look at the Black Swan photograph where the two oil rigs are, you'll see that the further away they are, the higher they are. Come on, look at the photograph. You can see that we're on the inside of a curve.
Wait a second.
That's the only way that centrifugal force would work, though. That's
what are you talking about, Tony? Are you saying we're on the inside of a toilet paper roll, a cylinder?
Yes. Yes.
That's a
spinning.
good analogy.
Is it spinning, Tony, or not?
That would be dope if it was spinning. That would be dope.
Well,
because it could hold us, right? The centrifugal effect would throw us against the wall, which would feel like gravity. Now suddenly it's brilliant.
How come we don't feel the motion?
Hang on a minute, you guys. I am in the imagination of God.
What?
God created this place that we're in. God, there is nothing outside of God. We are in God's imagination.
Can I ask Sav a question right quick, guys? That company that did the promotion there with ALE, they look really legitimate, don't they? Up and up, 100%.
It was LAE, what company? I don't know what that is.
ALE
That's the legit
company they went down to Antarctica with.
Oh, what about the company?
Well, the top partner of ALE, a privately invested company, is also top partner in spaceadventures.com that I was showing up here on the screen.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, look. Again,
Y'all saw people fly tonight. Y'all saw people float tonight. We just gonna act like we didn't see that there are
Just
tourists
show me the
floating
curvature
around.
of water, and then I'll be all open
How
ears
were those
and eyes.
people going up there and floating around?
I don't know, man.
I don't
Do you
see any
remember
curvature bodies of water.
Do you remember when Sandra Bullock went up into the space station?
CGI, you're gonna give me this argument. I think you look good giving it.
Oh yeah, that was real.
That's always, right? That's always
hey.
CGI.
What about on the Big Bang Theory when Howard was up on the
How many times have I resorted to CGI?
William Shatner
to
spent
disprove
years in
something, you
space.
say it must be CGI.
Star Trek.
That should be embarrassing when you go there. You should know immediately.
No, it should be embarrassing for you because
I'm not using that. I never say that shit. It's crazy talk.
Is put a laugh track, take the laugh track away. You can watch it. It's on the series The Big Bang Theory, right?
Yeah.
And the one nerd guy, Howard, who lives with his mother, invented some kind of a thing for the space station, right? And he had to go up there to install it or some shit. So he was actually on the space station. And here's the beauty of it.
Really? He wasn't. No, he wasn't.
Wasn't he? There were actual astronauts floating by and interacting with him, telling him that his mother was calling from Earth, and he was talking to his mother on the little video phone, right from the thing. And he's floating and having a pen float in front of him. And actual astronauts and everything. He's inside the International Space Station. All I'd have to do is take away the laugh track and put a NASA logo down there, and people would say, "Oh,
Joe would believe it."
CGI. This is your argument. It can be faked. It's embarrassing.
You're embarrassing yourself.
All right. Anything can be faked. How the fuck is that a valid argument?
If
I can say that about anything you said tonight. It could be faked.
If it's real,
yes.
Hold on. If it's real, there's no reason to ever fake it. Now we've caught them several times. Green screen glitches, harness glitches, all kinds of fucking bullshit that they were trying to run by people as though it's real. If it's real, you don't ever have to fake it. So
I don't give a fuck if you called NASA faking it. Well, if you called NASA faking it with the fucking video that got faked on the bottom, it don't change the fact that people are floating in space right now.
Okay.
It won't change it.
Joe, stop for a second.
It doesn't mean they are either.
I saw them. I just showed them to you.
Oh,
you got to say it's Sandra Bullock and CGI.
Hold on,
right? As if it's not really happening. Regular people now are putting it on their social media. If they put anything else on there, you'd assume it's real. But because it goes against your beliefs, you have to say it's crazy.
Go to this website where you can go book the flight. Okay? And I want you to carefully shut the fuck up while I'm talking, everybody. God.
I was asking you what you said. That's all. You say book a flight somewhere.
No, don't book the flight. Go to the place where you book the flight and check out the price. And then tell me that it's regular people doing
that. I told you it's $250,000 for the one I did not show you.
So you think that's regular people that drop $125,000? $250,000. They put down $250,000 for 20 minutes of shit. An hour.
Yeah, not even an hour.
Those are not regular people, Joe.
They're aliens. What is your point? They're just people.
No, they're
What?
not.
They're rich. So that
You'll
means that
never
that's
know
fake
them.
because they got $250,000. All of them are irregular people.
No.
What is your point? Please
No.
conclude.
How do you know that any of those fucking people are even real? How do you know that they're actually people that they say that they are? You don't. You're going by a fucking
I don't
movie.
know that this dude is who he says he is, but no one's bringing
You're
up those
going by
arguments.
a movie.
Or my big ears.
Dude, I saw a fucking man flying around with a blue suit and a red cape. I saw it on video. It must be real. He even stopped an airplane in mid-flight.
I'm not sure what your point is. I've seen
No,
movies
I
too. If
saw
you
it on a
think you're
video,
being smart
Joe.
and witty, you
Joe,
are
I
not.
saw it on a video. I saw it on a video.
I heard you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that makes it real.
If you say so.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question, Joe, right quick?
Of course you can.
The Bezos rocket that goes up, they're just coming back in free fall. That's why they're floating, dude.
Well, no.
Because they're in space. That's the absolute fact. They have parabolic flights where you can actually go fly in a plane, and what they do, they dive really fast, and you float until you get the plane.
What is the maximum amount of parabolic flight? What is the maximum time allowable floating? Hold on, let me ask him a question. What is the maximum time of floating on the parabolic flight?
I'm getting you the fucking information right now.
I don't need it. I don't need it. I didn't ask you for it.
You asked
what
about
is
it?
the maximum amount of time that you can have under free floating on the parabolic flight?
You can do several. You can do several.
No, under one.
No,
I was asking the guy who told me that was the same as parabolic flight. I'm trying to prove to him that it is not.
You don't do just one.
I didn't say you do. Why you keep interrupting me when I'm talking to dude to say stuff that's irrelevant?
Okay, I'm not talking irrelevancy. Depends on the height and how far they dive in a parabolic flight.
The maximum one parabolic.
That's with a plane, not with a rocket going straight up.
What is the maximum with a rocket?
I don't know, Joe. You can look it up. And okay, what's the maximum on the parabolic drop from the Bezos rocket?
Well, I don't know about that one, but the all of them are in free fall. All of them are, by your definition, parabolic flight because they're going to go up and at some point they're going to go down. That's the reason they put jets and rocket boosters on the space station and the satellites, because really they're just going up and falling down.
So on the ISS, there's a propulsion system on it right now. That's not even by their definition, dude. They're falling around an orbit.
Exactly. And that orbit will decay if they don't have something to push them back into it. All things will.
Yeah, everything falls to the ground, Joe, because it's looking for its equilibrium. Yeah.
It's amazing, man, how matter seems to be attracted to matter, which is what his conversation started.
I had a question for Saul because he says we live in a container. So I was just wondering if that's what Saul's belief is.
Dependent. It's medium dependent. You're not going out of the container. They can take you up really high and then let you drop into free fall, and you will experience weightlessness. Actually, you're just experiencing free fall inside of a capsule that is free falling as well. And then a parachute deploys and it lands on the ground.
All right, let's test that theory, Saul.
Listen.
I am listening. I heard you. Let's test that theory.
Listen if you are talking.
Well, I want to go over what you just said before you move on.
Oh my God.
You just said a rocket shoots up and then they free fall for a second and they fall back down. Well, how long is it possible that they could just hang up there?
They don't just hang up there.
I thought that's what you were saying. See, that's why it pays for me to ask for clarification.
You need to actually listen to what I say.
No, if I don't understand, I need to ask, which is what I did. Don't make it a sin.
Well, I already explained it. You're too busy thinking what you're going to say next rather than actually taking in what I'm trying to tell you.
At the risk of sounding and being jumped on by you, I'll ask again because I'm not sure I understand. I thought you were saying they have a rocket. All these things are as rockets that go up and then fall back down.
Yes. Yes.
All right. Well, continue. That's all I was asking. Is that what you said?
Of course. And then what's going to happen until the parachute deploys?
There's no
You're
parachutes.
Going to experience free fall, just like these people are doing right over here.
Yes, if you and how long is this free fall going to last, though? That seems to be what you're going to miss out.
I think it's like about a minute and a half, something
28
like that.
to 28 to 34, I think,
But
was the
here's what you
longest I
get
saw.
going with it. Look, here's what you get. Here's your packages. Okay, so they go up and you do it 15 times. 15 times they do it. And they climb back up, drop you again. Climb back up, drop you again. And that's it. That's on a Publix flight, $8,900. That's not,
Well, who has that kind of money? Those are not real people. Who has
Well, that's what I'm saying.
$8,000 to go up in a plane? That can't be real people.
That's really chump change compared to $250,000, Joe.
Neither one makes sense, is my point.
But either way, yeah, it is extremely expensive, I believe.
But it wouldn't make them like unreal
But I'm
people.
sure that they've also got a lot of liability insurance and shit involved with it too.
All right. What you're showing us, and I don't think
what I'm trying to get to is that they go up. They don't just do it one time.
I know that. I told you that. I know that. You maybe you're not talking to me.
So they can. It's easy for them to even have a mock-up of the space station inside one of these things.
Yeah. But they can't stay up for
holy
minutes.
God damn!
They can't stay up for minutes. They can only do it for 28 seconds at a time. So this is not be what we're even talking about.
Seconds.
28 to 34 was the longest I've saw per loop.
Okay. No, they
so
go longer than
that cannot be. Well, Google it, find it out, whatever your sources are.
You would let me finish what the fuck I'm trying to say.
It's irrelevant to what we're talking about, but
no,
please.
It's not irrelevant whatsoever.
You're talking about a simple parabolic flight. I'm talking about someone who can go up and stay without gravity for extended periods of time.
What are you talking about gravity?
You might as well be showing me a picture of somebody jumping up and down in the elevator and saying they can hang up for a while. It doesn't address the things how that guy was floating up there for minutes and for long periods of time.
He's not floating, he's falling.
Well, they're
with the capsule, giving you the illusion of floating.
They fall for very long periods of time, which this won't explain. This won't explain. I don't care how high this thing
you're not going to get an airplane.
It will not happen.
You're not going to get an airplane to the same altitude as the Bezos capsule.
So you really think it's the height that plays the difference?
Well, hold on. Is it going to take you longer to fall off of a fucking cliff or off of a table?
Very, very good. So that because I hope you understand it's a parabola, right? It's an arc. It is not going. It is not. It is not going straight down like falling off a table. It's an arc.
Okay.
So if that arc is 1 mile off the ground or 60,000 miles off the ground, it is the same arc giving you the same 28 seconds to 34 seconds.
Joe.
Yes, saying my name won't prove I'm wrong.
I'm trying to. An airplane cannot achieve the altitude that the Bezos capsule can.
That does not disprove my argument. Was that I don't care if that airplane is 5 miles or 10 miles, it'll still do the same arc, parabolic arc.
Joe, the capsule is not doing a fucking arc.
Oh, very good.
It's not doing an arc.
Well, why are you showing me something doing an arc and acting like it represents the capsule?
You can't learn if you don't listen, Joe.
Can I go ahead. We just got on the same page.
He can't shut up long enough to listen.
Oh, you're mad.
Yeah, can I maybe say, good to be here, by the way.
Hey,
I just want to say, a skydiver, okay, every 1,000 feet takes about 5 seconds to fall. 5 to 6 seconds. The first 1,000 feet takes about 10 seconds, and that's every 1,000 feet. Now, let's take, for instance, the Vomit Comet. They go much higher. That's why they're able to do about 20 to 30 seconds. Now, like the Jeff Bezos dildo, it's much higher. That's why it takes them about 2 to 3 minutes to do the falling. It's easy to do a video shot in that 2 minutes bracket. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, it's easy to eat. It's almost hard to eat up 2 minutes. You know, a lot of times I find that when I'm filming something, I film a little bit of it and shit and say, okay, well, we pretty much got all that. And it's like, wow, that was only, 15 seconds long. It seems like I was on that lot longer than I was. What I was trying to get at is exactly what Flatzoid said. That thing is going way higher, just like Felix Baumgartner. And his balloon, it went up, what was it, 135,000 feet, I think? Isn't that what it was, Keith?
200,000 feet, isn't it?
200,000
Almost, yeah,
feet.
100. Wait, no, 180.
No. Anyway, it was way up there. Now, you're not going to get an airplane to fly up that high because the air's too thin. Bernoulli's principle doesn't work for the weight ratio of these aircraft. It cannot achieve that. All aircraft have a ceiling. That ceiling is dependent on the ratio of air to the body of the airplane. You know what I'm saying? Once you get up to where the air is too thin, you're not passing enough of it over the wings to achieve any lift, so it won't climb any higher.
Your theory is the airplane is just falling out of the sky.
The airplane, when it goes like this and goes into the parabolic, it's not going to just
no. Leave the parabolic alone. I thought we were talking about something else.
They're still experiencing free fall, regardless.
That's okay.
Okay. The Bezos people are experiencing a longer period of free fall than these guys in this airplane.
And they're inside of a capsule and they're just free falling.
Yes.
If you take an airplane and you just drop it, don't the people go up to the top because the plane falls at has a different terminal velocity and all of that?
That's why they go in a kind of a dive. They go into like it makes it like a free fall dive. Okay.
The thing is, the plane isn't free falling. It's under its own power. It's actually pushing along. The people inside the plane are in free fall.
So now we got the plane pushing down at equal speed, keeping equal with the people to create an illusion.
Yeah. No, it's all about the reference. Remember, they're all still, if you take their plane away, it's just going to look like normal skydivers. It's because
I'm saying it's possible,
but it looks like they're floating. They're not floating, they're falling.
But when you put them in that plane, suddenly you have a problem because they're going to go at different speeds and they're going to be hitting the walls and ceilings.
No, they're not. They're going at the same rate, at the same direction. So the net force is zero.
The net force is zero. So if I drop me in an elevator, if I just cut the cords, I don't go up at a different and drop at a different speed than the elevator.
You fall exactly the same as the elevator.
We fall exactly the same speed.
I don't know.
Yep.
I don't know.
And with the Bezos rocket,
if you wait till it gets to the right before it hits and
don't say it,
you'll be okay.
Jump. Yeah, you'll be all right. No, with the Bezos rocket,
you get light though.
It's got a real higher velocity, so it has more of a hang time when it gets to its height. It gives you more free fall. That's what happens.
Yeah. No, that's not. It makes no sense. The only way that could pull off if it's somehow the guy who said that it was under its own power, keeping equal speed, falling with the people. And under that, I must say, what's more logical is that they go up there and they're not experiencing gravity. Then they buckle up and then they drop back down, which is what I see with my eyes.
Yeah, I was talking about the Bezos rocket. The velocity of it is a lot stronger than the airplane. That's why they get the hang time.
Come on, let's watch this, Saab. If you got the nuts, let's find one. Let them see them float.
What, the Bezos?
Yeah, let's see what it looks like.
We've seen it, dude. I promise you.
Yeah, I've seen it too, but fuck, for this sake, now y'all got me wondering. I didn't pay no attention to, because what you guys would have to do this, and then once it reaches peak, they got to cut on rocket engines to push it back down at the same speed as the people. Highly illogical. What's more likely happening is what I'm thinking happening.
Well, how does it land? Like, is it like a bell? Whatever, they used to drop them in a capsule from the sky. Remember?
Same way. It lands the same way, dude.
It's got rockets under it now, yo.
What did they call that? The Bell capsule? Did they call it the Bell capsule or something?
In the back in the day, what they used to pick up out the water, you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
They call it the flying dick capsule with Bezos.
Yeah.
It looks like a flying dick.
This is actually also assuming that they're actually even in this thing. This could be a ride at Disney World, but let's just watch.
Go, guys. Okay. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's incredible. To space. Is it everything you thought it would be? Here, look. Oliver. Move your head just a little. That's great. Can you move your head a little while it flies?
Yeah. I love it.
Oh, wow. Look at the blackness of space.
They're all falling at the same rate, so I don't know what's the issue.
So we know this is definitely not parabolic because this is going on forever.
No.
The windows change every time they're fully blocked. It's weird.
It's just free fall. It's the same as if it were the water bottle falling. Everything inside the water bottle can't mix because it's falling at the same rate as the water bottle. These people represent what's inside the water bottle.
No, I get where you're going with it. I just I don't think that's logical. I think just like me, if I go up in something, I don't know, a fucking roller coaster, I go up, I come down, it's a different sensation. I don't know. I don't know.
Look at all the seam cuts. Do you notice all the seam cuts?
Yeah.
Don't do the desperate shit, bro. Don't do desperate shit.
We're not doing desperate.
I do think they do multiple takes to get their long video that they claim.
Yeah, that's what that would explain the cuts.
You know what else would explain the cuts? What explain the cuts to regular motherfuckers who have no invested interest is that they're trying to cut down on the time of a thing. All of you guys jump to it something insidious? Really?
No, we're not. We're not. We just looked at the video and it was spliced together. There's cuts in it, dude.
I make videos for YouTube. They got cuts in it. No one says that I fake being out there with the police.
No,
right? Because they have cuts. It's fake. You don't make the jump.
Your video isn't consequential.
It looks low quality. Why would it be low quality? There's millions of dollars to go up there. Why wouldn't it be high end?
Joe, eat a cheeseburger. You're like a toothpick man. We're worried about you.
Are you trying to fuck me? And who was me?
No,
you and your mom?
You're too skinny, Joe.
You and your mom? Are you trying to fuck me?
No, you're.
Shut the fuck up.
You're vulgar, Joe.
Fuck
You're
up.
vulgar.
Hey,
you're vulgar.
You cross the line there.
Which one?
Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square. Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square.
That cannot be real.
You crossed the line, Joe.
Okay.
No body shame.
I noticed a word Joe used when mentioning one body or one object going to another object. It started with the letter A. Do you remember what word you used?
I barely heard that, but one body being attracted to another body, maybe?
Yeah, you just said the word and it started with A. Do you remember what word it is?
Goodness, no, I don't remember what I say from moment to moment.
You used the word attract.
I just said that.
Yeah. What other word? What force uses the word attract?
Gravity.
No. What about another force?
Magnetism.
Yeah. There you go. That's something to think about.
No, I think about that all the time. That's my argument when people say they can't imagine a world where water stays on a ball. I say, sure you can, because if you put a magnet in the middle of a ball and you put pieces of metal of it, you understand that you can spin it and they're still attached. So you do understand the concept of a force that would hold something to a ball. I think that's disingenuous when people use that argument. Because you understand magnetism, you understand how gravity would work. Stop it.
Oh my fucking God. You're kidding, right?
Gravity, the weakest force. That's not a force.
Did you know that water is actually diamagnetic?
I'm not sure that's going to change what I said.
You know how heavy water is?
I had to carry in something today, yes.
It's approximately 8.5 pounds per gallon.
Yeah.
Heavy water is not any heavier, is it?
Every video above X amount of miles is fake. This is what you got to believe.
How many miles? How many? What's your X?
I don't know what your number is, but anytime people are floating, it's a fake video.
No,
anytime you see a star or something, It's a fake video. Probes on Mars, NASA, ISS, all of that, because it's above a certain height, is fake video. Video ceases to work.
Go to a place that violates the second law of thermodynamics, Joe.
I see it with my eyes, though.
No, you
Joe, what about the little piggy video that from 2016? Are you familiar with that one? By Christopher Farms?
I don't know who that guy is, but
do you know why you don't know who that is? It's because he made that video private. In 2016, he sent up a balloon. It's 121,000 feet above sea level, and then it shows an anomaly, a lack of curvature, and then he made that video private.
probably to troll you and people like you, to make you tell me 15 years later that story. He probably think that shit's hilarious.
So now, okay, but so is that video fake or is it real?
I haven't seen it. I'd rather not comment. It's 2025. I could YouTube a bunch of videos, and I do because I talk to cats like you, where they have rockets and balloons that go up and both show the curvature of the Earth, beginning to end. I don't know what, you guys don't go Google it or YouTube that shit.
It's on my YouTube channel. Feel free to check it out. It's one of the only videos from the Christopher Farms. I was able to download it before he made it private. I believe the creator allowed me to do that.
All right, I'm interested, motherfucker. What's your channel name?
Taking Back Eden. It's I upscaled it to 4K.
That's a dope channel name.
Yeah, thank you.
There's that laugh. This is why I don't believe in affirmative action. This is exhibit number 1000. Why I don't believe in affirmative action. I don't think Joe.
Good to see you all here. Thanks for allowing us on, Sovereign. You're awesome. Good to see you, Flatsoid. And nice
I don't think Joe can learn. I don't.
You too, man.
Nice to meet you too. I think I've seen you in the Discord here and there.
After all this,
Nah.
Now, Joe, cool. Remember, this video was made private, and I downloaded the entire from the launch.
Hey, send it to Saab if you can, and Saab can send it to me because I can't find your channel.
Okay, that. Taking Back Eden FE. I know my channel is difficult to find.
Joe can't search.
My channel.
FE.
Somebody help him out.
Wait. I got it. I think I got it.
Spell it for him.
Thank you. It's 17 minutes long. And this is like the peak prior to the balloon popping.
I'm subbing you up. All right.
The what?
So these are one of the outliers that are made hidden, right? So
you got a bunch of beds.
We were talking about videos being faked. I want your opinion. Do you think that one's fake or is it real?
I haven't seen it. How can I give you my opinion of it? I would assume. I wouldn't know. I would assume. I doubt it's a troll. Could be. I would assume it's more like low quality or something like that.
Joe, are you too stoned to learn?
Oh man, I'm not interested in men.
Steven, let's stop jabbing at Joe. All right. Let's just not do that. It's just.
I'm just trying to help him out. Like,
let's just not.
It's 2025. I don't know why that guy can't learn.
Well, Joe, one quick question. Do you believe in heaven, if you don't mind me asking?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, amazing.
Yes.
So on the globe, where is heaven?
Well, heaven, I believe in multiple dimensions and all that shit, reincarnation. I believe different existence in spaces. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
No, space. We things in space, different spaces right alongside of us and stuff like that.
What about Jesus? Do you remember what Jesus said about heaven being above?
I don't, but you tell me.
Oh, okay. But yeah, there's the biblical cosmology model where heaven is above.
Yeah.
And Jesus also mentioned that. So if you believe in Jesus, then
I do. Jesus real. I don't have to. It's like not like it's mythical or anything. Yeah, I'm pretty sure about that.
Facts or beliefs.
But most of the times when I hear stuff like that, people are taking shit too literal. That's usually what it turns out to be.
Joe, do you believe in evolution? Do you believe you came from
something very clear?
Let me give a shout out to some people over here on the Rumble side too. We got Leo Slayers over here in Chronic Enlightenment. Good to see you guys here tonight. Look, these things in the sky. Some of them we call stars. Some of them we call planets, planatia, wandering stars, what have you. They don't even have a realm, a place in the realm of science to begin with.
What does that even mean?
Okay. Science involves things that we can actually test, things that we can actually put to the test. We can exactly examine it beyond just a distant observation. The thing, we don't even know what the fuck these things in the sky that we're looking at are. We don't know how far away they are. We don't even know if they're physically tangible objects. They appear to be, but then again, maybe not.
How do we know how far the moon is?
We don't.
Sure we do.
No, we don't. How would you know that? What frame of reference do you have?
We bounce fucking rays off of it all the time, and we measure how long the same way you do.
Have you ever actually seen the test? Have you actually ever seen them do the test?
Yeah, well, tell you have you identified it yourself.
You
Stop it. You're insincere with that.
Ridiculous. Not to mention, the Russians were supposedly doing this shit back in 1957 before anybody supposedly ever went to the goddamn moon. You have
I
to
don't
look
know
at
how
the
that disproves that we can use.
light attenuation. The size of the laser beam will actually spread out to over a distance, and how much that will continue.
I'd like to work my way to that.
being...
Now we can use light and bounce lasers off of shit. That's how we can determine how far shit is now.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what you say. Who is
we?
Wait a second. Who is we?
The same people who made submarines use sonar and bounce off of objects, and they read how long it takes for the signal to come back, and they know the distance of that objects. That technology does not cease to work and only work for submarines underwater. You could apply it to other things like pointing at the moon.
Okay, so you think that you can...
So it's not crazy what I'm saying.
Wait a second. So you can check the distance to the moon using sonar.
Oh, you act like you don't understand. Can you check the distance of stuff underwater using sonar?
Do you know how sonar works?
Can you check the distance of things underwater using sonar?
Well, of course I can. I have a medium to put the sound through, the sonar.
So it shoots something forward, it bounces back, and you can tell by how long it took. So it's not crazy to think that you could do that pointing at other things, different medium, different shit like lasers and
the sonar is limited by the density of the medium. You realize?
So you'd probably change it to something that works better. I'm telling you now, they have lasers that do it great.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Who's they? And when have
the same they who made the sonar? It wasn't me. It was some white motherfucker who I can't name. I don't know what to tell you.
So basically, the people that are telling you this are the same people that tell you that they went and stood around on the moon.
They are the same people whose phone you're talking to me on right now. Well, yes, those people.
Those same people. I was like 5
yes,
guys,
those guys. They got a proven track record, Joe.
Wait a second. Okay. All right. Wow. This is
the Joe Show.
I'll tell you what, this is
Joe, one other thing to consider is, since you believe in Jesus, remember Jesus spoke of demons, right? And Satan.
Yes, I believe in demons. I don't know if they are what you think they are or what other people think they are, but I believe in demons, yeah.
Yeah, Satan, right? Satan tempted Jesus in the desert.
Yes, so I remember,
Satan has been here since Adam and Eve, and he has all the time and the resources to craft something to get people to go against their common sense, their God-given senses.
So are you saying that's why flat earthers are tricked because of Satan?
No.
I mean, Satan, if you got to go against your common sense, are you saying it's because of Satan?
Yeah, Satan attacks the 4 axioms
and the polies.
Think of the truth of the Bible like a table held up on 4 legs. You can have a 3-legged table, but a 4-legged table is more stable. The 4 legs, which I believe are axiomatic, you can decide for yourself. The first one is creation. In the first book of the Bible is Genesis. It talks about the creation, right? So that's the first leg. The second, whenever you create something, you're going to have rules. Rules for your creation. When there are rules, you're going to have judgment. That's the 3rd leg. And the 4th leg of this creation, the 4th leg is mercy, because the creator, right? Satan has attacked all 4 pillars. That's why we have Christians today who do not know the rules. You ask the modern day Christian, can you name the 10 commandments or the parables of Jesus right now? They won't be able to do it. I've spoken with people of 42 years, ex-Christians, former pastors. If they can still name the 10 commandments, they can't do it. It's because Satan attacks the creation. He attacks the rules. And that's why we have Christians that.
But what's this got to do with flat Earth, man? I was being a bit sarcastic in the beginning of this because I thought you were being a bit rude.
Deception, man. That's what he's talking about. Come on, pay attention.
Go in what way? Be more specific. I'm sure that he's talking about the devil deceives.
You've been led to believe
flat Earth. Go ahead.
You've been led to believe the entire antithesis of what is reality. You've been told that the Earth is a ball. It is not. You've been told that it's small in comparison to the sun. It's the opposite.
You're just talking, though, right? You're just talking. You give your opinion, I give mine.
I don't know if I'm talking or not. Joe, you won't let me get more than a fucking sentence out of my goddamn mouth.
You ain't got to get rude. You understand my point. Where are you getting this?
Okay. It's called Luciferian inversion. Black is white, up is down, down is up, left is right, right is left. Everything that they got you believing is the antithesis of reality. You have absolutely not one single firsthand observation of a globe Earth.
Let's see. Let's
do it
now.
If you listen to...
All right, we come back here. You said I don't have one single firsthand. I say I do. The rest of your stuff is probably based on that.
When have you ever observed the Earth as a
No.
globe?
It ain't got to be your weird shit. Don't give me your weird hurdle to jump over, else I can't prove it. Stop it. I have an observation. In my opinion.
What observation?
No, Joe, you just contradicted yourself. You told him you have an observation, but he's asking you where he observed it. Now you're making excuses where you have it.
No.
That's a contradiction.
Well, no, that's not what I even heard us talking about. If he asked me where I observed it, I would tell him. The one that popped in my head is the first one. I'm in Colorado right now. I see the greatest sunrises and the greatest sunsets.
Okay,
I can tell you
about the Earth. I didn't ask you about the sun. I asked you about
you
the
were
Earth.
telling me.
Wait. I didn't ask you about your assumptions of a light in the sky. I asked you what your firsthand observation of a
I was giving it to you. You interrupted me to be rude. To be disrespectful.
Talking about the fucking sun. You said you had a firsthand observation of a globe.
It involves the sun. Is that on fucking limits?
It's a light in the sky. What?
You can't use the sun? Tell me what else is on this list of shit I can't use.
You said you had a firsthand observation of a globe Earth.
Yes, and if you let me continue
about your assumption of what the sun is doing.
What other rules can I gotta follow for you, bro?
We're talking
any other rules?
Earth.
Any other rules?
Yes.
Can I give what I think is a first-hand observation and not what Saul think is the first-hand observation?
As long as it's a first-hand observation.
Please, I can't live up to your standards. Hear mine and then tell me how shitty it is.
I already know what you're going to say.
All right. Okay. Well, can I say it? There is an audience that hasn't heard it yet. Remember?
Yeah. They have heard it.
All right. The sun, it starts. It's massive. Therefore, I make the assumption that it's going behind something or coming up. Excuse me, what the hell?
Well, you're already starting out with a bunch of assumptions.
But when I interrupt you, I get yelled at.
Well, how do you know it's massive? That's all I want to know.
How do I know?
What do you consider massive?
I meant as opposed to other objects, they go far away, they get so tiny, they disappear. The sun doesn't do that.
Well,
so I can make some jumps from there. That's my observation. There you go.
So, 1 second here. I think I got
Joe, cool. Have you seen the videos of pilots flying above the sun in the clouds?
No, but I would love to. And let me make sure I understand that. No, I would love to, though. No, I would love to.
Okay, thank you. I have that on my channel as well. You can just
How do I
YouTube search
find
it.
them? I just subbed you, Joe. You got a bunch of fucking videos.
Thank you. Yes, I had to compile a list. because when I would get people to look, they weren't available.
I'm gonna start organizing mine.
Joe,
I'm
I'm just going to put this out here to you. The reason that your observations of the sun and your assumptions are flawed is because you're not taking into account a limited field of view. You're also not taking into account atmospheric lensing and
How do you know? How do you know I'm not? You're assuming I'm not?
Yes.
I've been taking that shit into account with my eyes for 57 years, and I have an idea of what a
visibility,
cloudy, misty day and shit looks like when the truck disappears and other things go off into a distance. I have an idea, and an inherent idea after all this time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you see a large object go by a short distance, you're really seeing it at a shorter distance when you're standing on the ground, because your field of view is already compromised by the horizon line. So anything that goes beyond the horizon line is going to appear to disappear from the bottom up because of your compromised field of view. If you increase your field of view by elevation, you can see the sun in all different varying sizes. And I'm going to show you that. Right now.
It sounds like you're talking about the round Earth, so I guess I gotta,
Here. Okay.
All right. What do we? All right.
All right. There it seems to be very large.
No, it doesn't. It does not look like to be very large.
Look at that.
It's just a faraway picture.
How
Stop
did-
it. You just
wait a
trolling. I
second,
didn't
wait
even
a
have to
second.
stop
Hold
it.
on,
No,
hold
you're
on.
just trolling. Stop
All
it. You're
right,
just
wait a
having
second.
fun. Stop it.
Okay, hang on a
I
second.
ain't gonna take this shit
Go back.
serious. No.
Look. Oh my God.
Oh my
Hang on a
God,
second.
lens flare. Yeah, what? Well, I don't know what that is.
Oh my God, look at
Yeah,
that
that's
one.
a great picture of a sun. What are we proving
Yeah.
here? Not
Well,
sure.
we're seeing that we have different distances. This one right here, we're not compromised by the horizon line. You understand?
No, I have
You're
no
able to
idea what
see
you
the
showing me.
object because these people down here on the ground, right below where
Not
this
those
photo's
clouds.
taken.
Hold on, let me zoom in. I'll
He's not
stop
even
zooming in.
listening.
So,
All right, go ahead.
God damn it, bro. All right, so your field of view is not compromised now because you're at a
I
higher
understand.
elevation.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. So what's going on is you're able to see it further distance away than you would on the ground.
That's just logical. It's just logical. What
Well,
what
there
does
you
that
go.
prove?
That's why you said I don't see it change size, so therefore it must be bigger than the Earth.
No. If I'm on the ground, I see things go off in the distance. My field of view doesn't change. In the sun, I see it go off in the distance. It does something different. I don't have to raise or lower.
How can you see through the fucking horizon?
Little fucking planes, I see them go off and get smaller.
Do you see them go and land in Miami?
No, I don't see weird shit, but I do see them go off and get smaller, and you would agree. So I don't see why you're making fun of me.
You're comparing something at the height of the sun that's much larger than an airplane to an airplane you see go across the sky till it gets out of sight.
How high is the sun?
Well, not 93 million miles.
No, I didn't ask you how not high it is. How high is the sun?
How would that ever be determined?
I don't know, but you're speaking on it, and you also
there
asked
you go.
me,
There you
and,
go. Like
and
I
you
said,
you asked me how high it is, and you
like
said
I
something
said,
much bigger than
Joe,
a plane.
like
How
I
big is
said,
the sun?
This guy interrupts more than anybody ever.
You don't know how big the sun is either.
No one does.
Well, you said it's higher and bigger than the plane.
Well, obviously, or they would fly next to it or something.
Very good. Obviously.
Okay. So once again, how would we even know what it is, exactly where it is, or how big it is?
Joe is higher than the sun.
We wouldn't have to know exactly, just through living alone. We know how things approach and how they disappear. You don't have to fucking be able to have an instrument.
All right, I got something for you. Hold up.
Yeah.
It's hot. I know that.
I'm going to play this video.
I can feel that. Not
Oh,
just
damn it,
you.
I don't want to use that fucking program. I hate that because they want me to buy it. They can eat my ass. I'm going to go with Media Player. There we go. It's already where I want it to be. All right. Who is that coming back? Joe King, what's happening, brother?
What's up, buddy?
All right. You're just getting ready just in time. So check this out. Oh wait, we gotta. Do I have the right screen up? No.
Joe Kang and Joe Crack.
Let me see here. How's my? Can you hear me? Joe knows better. Joe knows that if he ever fucks with that crack, if I ever find out about it, I'm gonna come to Chicago and kick his goddamn ass. He know better.
Well, I don't fuck with crack. It is not under the threat of Saab gonna come after me. Trust me.
All right, this is for your edification too, Joe.
All right.
I'm gonna describe how this shit works.
And then it hit me. What's wrong with this picture?
You guys hear that okay? Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Pete Brain here. I got inspired to do a video. I've been discussing on my couple of my videos about this notion that the sun would never make it to the horizon. And I had a couple people show me diagrams, and I hadn't come up with a really good illustration to completely debunk this idea until now. So that's why I got inspired to do this video. Yeah, first of all, let me just say I don't know how high the sun is, so I'll just go with the 3,000 miles that many flat earthers use, and that's what I'm going to use for this video. This guy sent me this picture, and he's got all the maths included, and it looks good, you know. At first, I had a little tough time with it because there's a couple things true about it, right? It's showing the sun traversing over the ground, over the flat earth, and it's parallel to the ground. So it had that going for it. And it's showing that when the sun is further away from you, it angles down, just like perspective. Same as this guy, Daz, the cameraman or something is his name. He has a video out and he shows this picture. And it's the same thing. It still shows a parallel sun to the ground. And instead of moving the sun, he's moving the observer. But it's the same diagram. If you flip it upside down, it looks like identical. Anyway, so it's the same notion. So I was a little bit perplexed. I was like, wait a second, you know, makes you start to doubt. But I mean, I know it's wrong, but I was like, wait a minute, it's got perspective. So I thought. And then it hit me. What's wrong with this picture? What's wrong with this picture is that they are attempting to calculate visual angles to the sun from a non-visual, non-perspective drawing. So the drawing is not taking the visual perspective of the observer into account. And that's what's wrong with this diagram. You see, you cannot calculate visual angles to convergent positions, which is where the sun is from the observer, by using non-convergent parallel lines, which is what they're doing in the diagram here. They have two parallel lines and they're drawing visual angles to it. It's true that this drawing is an accurate representation of actual relationships and positions of the observer to the sun, but it's a non-perspective side view representation. So this diagram is not accurate at all as it relates to the perspective of the observer. So if we add perspective lines, we get a completely different picture. All right, take a look at this wall of lines. Now, this wall is not an illustration. It's not a cartoon. It's a photo. It's reality, okay? This that they put up here, although it has a lot of truth, you know, in it, showing the parallel sun and all that, it's nothing but some geometry. I mean, they're showing us some angles, but it has nothing to do with perspective and how we would see the sun. So it's bunk. So in this next slide here, I'm going to superimpose these lines, the perspective lines, over on top of this. Okay, here we go. All right, and as you can see, the way they're representing the sun as staying parallel to the ground is not correct. The sun would follow these perspective lines, and what they really are is spatial planes, right? They're invisible spatial planes that are around your z-axis. Now, your z-axis goes from your eyes, a straight line out from your eye in any direction. Okay, that's your z-axis. So anything parallel to that will start to converge toward that focal point or the horizon, right? In line with that z-axis. Everything does. Any lines going away from you are going to all converge. Yet this diagram that they show us, saying that these are the visual angles to the sun, have no convergence. The lines are parallel. So you look at these parallel lines. and look how they converge. They completely go against this geometric drawing or these angles and these formulas. They don't work, friends. So anytime someone brings this up, bring them to this video, show them this picture, and this is the reality. The photograph is a reality. That's how we see everything. So this representing the sun is going away from you parallel to the ground, and then calculating your angles to the sun based on that is wrong, and it doesn't work. Okay, and quickly notice with this line of converging parallel lines or planes, notice how the higher up they get, or the further away they get from the yellow line, which is your z-axis, notice how they orient themselves more and more vertically and less horizontally. Also notice how all the lines converge at the same point, the vanishing point. It doesn't matter how high they are, they all go to the same place, which, interestingly enough, means that no matter how high that object is going away from you, it visually goes to the same place. Okay, here's the wall of lines again. Notice that these are true perspective lines. These are parallel lines, but from the observer, which is this little guy down here, this is what these parallel planes or parallel lines would look like. They just happen to be represented by these wooden planks, right? But that's actual perspective. What they represent as the sun up here traveling parallel to the ground is not perspective, yet they are calculating angles based on a non-perspective drawing, right? Their maths are based on non-perspective lines, right? Two parallel lines. Well, you can't, because that's not the perspective of the observer. The observer sees these lines, the converging lines. So as you can see, this is the reality, the one here where the sun travels down. The green sun's here traveling down. That's our reality. Now, here's another interesting thing. The reason, too, that their sun will never reach the horizon in their calculations is, notice this. These spatial planes, as I call them, represent height or altitude, right? Look at their sun. It's crossing height lines, right? Because each one of these lines is parallel to the ground, even though they appear to be converging, and yet they represent different altitudes. So look at their sun. It's traveling higher and higher and higher and higher and higher in the sky. Well, of course, it's not going to, this is why they think that the sun would be visible 24/7 on a flat Earth, and why the sun would never get to the horizon. They don't understand perspective. They don't get it or something. I don't know. But anyway, you can see the proper use, and this has everything to do with the observer standing down here. This is what he sees. The sun following the convergence lines and coming, and these are both the exact same distance. And you can see the time stamps on them. So each sun is about 1,000-mile journey. It's traveling, and it goes below the horizon visually and keeps going below the horizon from the observer. Like I said, this is a photograph. This is real. This is reality. They've just showed us nothing but a bunch of angles, showed a couple lines and drawing some angles. Oh, hey, fellas, nice geometry, but it's not perspective. That is definitely not the perspective of the observer, and that's what counts. Debunk 100%. Their maths don't work. Their calculations are wrong. The sun will, in fact, set on a flat Earth from the perspective of the observer.
He proved nothing, man. I'm trying my best to be nice right here. He the first thing he said is that you cannot use a side view to prove the perspective straight on, and he continues to show me 10 minutes of a side view to prove his angle on perspective. And at the end, his conclusion is that shit disappear over the horizon. How is that different from what the fuck I said at the beginning of the argument? We were talking about the size of the thing as it disappears over the horizon. What the heck? What did you guys get out of that?
I just know that everybody thinks that Joe, you're gonna learn something. Joe does this every day. He gets on with flat earthers.
Where I can, Zetetic Warrior Bar.
We're so cool.
Most motherfuckers, they don't like to really hold their arguments, right? It's not about the argument. Most flat earthers.
It is actually. It's just
over here. It is not like this when you go other places. It is not. I'm telling you, I try to talk to everybody. Fucker, it's not.
So you already know all this.
No, I've been barred.
Heard any of this before. Wait a second. No. I think you're being disingenuous.
Please explain this one to me, because I ain't got it in me.
If you've already heard all of this, and you know all of this, I don't understand how you're
making an assumption there. If they barred me I unsubbed that channel. I don't even watch him no more. So that means
Holy
Z,
shit.
of course. I ain't seen Z in God knows how many months. When I first saw the flat earth shit, I went over there. He borrowed me the first day, and I ain't watched his show and shit like that. So if he's presenting something, I wouldn't know what it is.
No one loves flat earth more than Joe.
Well, what other
his shit.
flat earth channels have you seen him on, Joe?
Who Z?
No, you.
Oh, you're talking about the other. Oh, I don't know who you're talking to.
Well, no,
We're
we're talking about you.
Joe King. I'm sorry.
Okay.
And all the standard channels, everybody, a lot of Flow State he's been on, all the other ones, but in that, flat earthers explain this to him. I've been there.
Yes, I debate this all the time. Yes,
all this stuff.
Well,
So Joe's just trolling. That's what he's doing.
No, don't think that I am insincere. I think my argument is 20 times stronger than yours. I think most the average guy, and I'm just average, doesn't present as well as me. I don't even know the names of these guys who if I go watch a vid, I probably don't even know the guy name. I just started watching Witsit and Jaren after the final stuff.
Yeah. Listen, I think Brenda's courting. I think Brenda's trying to court Jaren here now. She just loves him so much now.
I love him. I love him. I ain't never paid no attention. I think he is the hero. That's the bravest shit I can imagine. It's for your world to be crumbled and rather than fold and be that's it was some bullshit to just stick his chest out and say, I saw the sun. And beautiful, both of them. And they were the best representatives. Both of them are smart.
That whole fucking thing shot itself in the foot. It separated the wheat from the tares.
It separated the sincere from the crazy.
Absolutely, because I'll tell you what, the dumbest fucking flat earther is the one going out there looking at the fucking sky to find a curved earth. That is.
What? Why would you teach someone that? Why would you even teach people that? Because I've seen you say that you can give angles by looking in the sky. You can give angles of shit.
No, I'm a carpenter. I work with angles and level all fucking day long. Okay? I work with these things.
So you can look at a star in the sky and get an angle.
If I had some motherfucker that believed that the house down the street was not level with the house that I'm building right here, I'd fire that motherfucker right on the spot.
You should, because they don't understand how big the earth is. You should fire them cats immediately. Yes.
Yeah. Anybody that thinks that level is a curved line is it because an arc is not a line. Level is a line. Okay. There's no ands, ifs, or buts.
There are people who disagree, including myself, as to what you say level is.
Level is.
I think you're saying level must be flat.
Level is no point higher than another.
So is horizons too. Horizons are at no part higher than lower. Yeah,
it's a line.
You couldn't do anything without level.
Yeah, and Joe, do you know how they got the radius of the Earth? Where they determined how big it is? Do you know where your modern science got that radius from?
I don't know what modern science. I would have a guess what the old science. I don't know what modern science.
They use the same radius. They watched Venus transit the sun and assumed a distance from Venus to the sun, and they said, "Oh, that must be the actual size of the Earth to scale." That's where they got the radius value.
You don't think that what they use is the circumference of the Earth, and they use pi and get the radius or something? You don't think that'd be easier than going with the Venus?
Okay, where's your reference frame when you're on the Earth to get this pi? You have to have a center point of it. Okay,
well, we know how the distance around the Earth. Right, really? We can work backwards. We know how the around the distance around the Earth. Yeah.
What is the distance around the Earth?
Oh, I don't know. Don't give me the line. I don't know. I'd have to Google that shit. Thank you. There you go.
Yeah. Also, Joe, you have to keep in mind, when was the first time in the history of mankind that someone saw the Earth from far enough away to see its true shape? Can you tell us the year?
I think it was one of the first. I don't want to be wrong. It was a very long time ago. One of the first things launched into space spun around.
No,
so I'd imagine late 60s if I had to guess.
Joe harasses cops for a living. That's what he does.
Well, I definitely harass him as to how much of living it is.
Not a boy. Not a boy.
So Joe, you have to
wait a second.
Give him hell.
Do I have holster sniffers on here? We can't have no holster sniffers.
Joe loves cops, man. He goes and talks to him. Used to be in Chicago. Hey, but I wanted to. Speaking of that, can I say something real quick? To Dave, not all this flat Earth stuff. You know, I mean, the FE, the experiment, and all that shit.
Oh God! Yeah.
The second I heard them guys were going to go to, you know, allegedly they're going to go to Antarctica, I was hoping. I was so happy because I knew the results would be what they are, and I was hoping guys like you, Dave, were going to stand tall, and you did, bro. You know what I mean? You came through big. You honestly, man, you did. And I found Flatzoid after that, you know, recently, and I've been watching him too. And it's like, you know, because there's a path you could have gone on. You know what I mean? And it was it was, and I seen it going. And I was just, once this all happened, man, I knew it. And when you came out and said, "Hey, man, I'm looking at this thing seriously," I just want to congratulate you, bro. On
don't stop it.
Standing tall. Yeah,
Well,
I'm telling
you.
You use the key word there, looking at it, using your eyes.
I said right from Jump Street. They said, "What the fuck is it? What if they see a 24-hour sun?" At first, I thought, well, it would mean a globe, but then I'm going, no, there wouldn't, because there's all this other shit, man, that's scientifically impossible to be on a globe. So my conclusion would be that, okay, I said, what would happen if there's a 24-hour sun? It means there's an anomaly with the sun that we don't quite understand, or there is some fuckery afoot. Okay, so then
no one goes with the first one. Everybody jumps to fuckery. No one talks about the anomaly.
Wait a second. I said there is either an anomaly or there is some fuckery afoot. Now, what we were presented with in the removed video from Rumble, that was the only 24-hour stream, the unaccounted for time between the supposed 17th and the 19th.
Cats, I'm more demanding than my ex-girlfriend. God damn you cats.
So, as I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted, I saw a lot of anomalies, especially with what's-his-nuts Toon marching around on the ice like an effeminate man-child, yelling into his phone, "Where's the concentration?" I'm surprised he didn't get Kubrick for that stunt, because his fucking shadows was outrageous. That was outrageous. Okay. That was the first anomaly. Then we found so many others, so many of these gates that came out. And it's like, look. There was dishonesty right from the get-go. I saw Duffy as the timeshare salesman slime ball type of dude that he actually is. Okay? I could see the deceit in this man. He's supposedly a pastor, and he's preaching that he says that the fucking Bible doesn't say it's wrong to lie. And then he says that the crust of the earth is the firmament. What? This guy is a fucking snake. So I saw him for what he is. And then I get turned on to all of his financial squeamies that he got into. Oh my God. The allegations of fraud and misrepresentation and mishandling of funds and la-da-da-da-da-da-da to the tune of a lot of fucking money. And it's still pending. So I'm looking at this guy, okay, you're some kind of a fucking front. I can tell that right off the bat. Okay? So and I have this ability, I can see these fucking people for what they are. And I do mean what they are, not who they are.
If they come back with them and say that the sun was not there, they're heroes. You suddenly ain't talking about the shadows and shit. Everything fit what you needed to hear.
What?
They say something else. If they say there was a 24-hour sun, there was no room for them. You would never accept it.
Hold up. I don't listen to just what other people say. I'm not lured and held to this false sense of familiarity that most people seem to be embroiled into. Okay? So just because some motherfucker on YouTube tells me something, and I look at the contradictory evidence that doesn't support what they say, and I'm like, somebody's fucking around here.
I saw a 24-hour sun.
You did not.
What did you see?
I saw a video
of a.
We were supposed to see a 24-hour sun live streamed. They said that the thing went down. Wait a second. They said the thing went down, and then they turned around and removed what footage was there. It didn't go down. The fucking sun set. Now, like I've said before, they're not going to take 400 years of manpower, money, and manipulation of mind fucking the entire human race to let a couple of guys from YouTube go down there and say, oh, well, nope, there's no 24-hour sun. That's not going to fucking happen.
What's more believable is that they would invest $500 million to trick 2 YouTubers. That's the alternative. That's fucking ego shit.
$500 million.
Whatever it takes for them to project this sun, implant geranium as plants 19 years ago. They knew this moment was going to happen. Fly to Vegas and reshoot, edit. That's more likely than the other thing. Stop it.
You're defending them pretty hard. These guys you just found the other day.
Yeah.
I'm just telling what's right and what's obvious. I ain't got nothing to invest in. And the courage. These cats were hard. Well, you know better than me. They were hardcore flat earthers. You cats ain't got that courage. You to come back and been like, I was drugged. I was hit with a bat. I fell asleep. I was hot. That was courageous.
Not one picture of the earth. Not one.
I saw so much video. I saw so much video from that Jaren shit. Yeah, I saw it too. You'd have to climb under a rock, you know, to or either just come up with something very fantastic, which
you
is what
say
you
something
guys
interesting, Joe. Say something interesting for once.
I don't have to entertain you or nobody. Fuck is you talking about, nigga? I don't know you nothing.
Hey, Joe, we had Jaren and Whitsitt on FED for the longest time, and they don't know what they're talking about.
They seem smart as fuck.
Well, they seem smart as fuck, but they're not, dude. We explain perspective, we elevation angles, and how things do work in real life, and they choose a completely different path. Okay,
they disagree is all I hear. They disagree.
No, it's not that they disagree. They won't come over to FED and even talk to anybody. Whitsitt has out of the two, and he came over and said he's going to go promote flat Earth. That's what he's told us. Literally, he's pushing flat Earth.
I'm not against that, man. I see room for cats who say that doesn't disprove flat Earth. Go work for it, but that guy still has a leg. The guy who says that all the video is fake, it's hard to even consider him, right? He's not even considering that.
We didn't say all the videos fake from Antarctica, dude. We're talking about the 24-hour sun, and there's a way to fake it.
If the sun's up the entire time, it's all under the sun.
You're not getting what we're saying. There's a VR tech that they can do in live streams, like Dave McKeegan's. They actually stitch it in to the stream
on 5 different cameras at the same time. That was brilliant.
They don't have all 5.
That was brilliant of them to put their cameras up like that, right? Because you can go to other people's cameras and verify that what you said is not what's going on.
Joe,
yes,
that's not what I'm saying. The one camera that did the 24-hour time lapse photography, there's only one camera that did that.
How many cameras are looking at it?
Just one.
It's in view of like 8 other cameras, right? So we know it's not fucked with. We know it really happened.
No, it's fucked with software, Joe. Okay.
What's more likely? Right.
It's not a more likely. We can demonstrate what we're talking about. And there's tons of
you can demonstrate that.
Yes.
That someone
let me just ask everybody on the panel a quick question. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What did we have regarding a 24-hour sun in Antarctica prior to the final experiment?
Well, I'd seen many videos of it. I've seen people in Antarctica. I looked at it. It was easy for me to find. Matter of fact, me and you talked about it. I was like, it was many time-lapse videos and shit. And you was like, if they're time-lapse, they're not real. I disagree with that on its head.
I never said that.
I'm pretty sure when I told you there was all those time-lapse, you said they're not real.
I'm pretty sure that you did not understand.
So you do believe that those time-lapse videos were real back then?
No, I don't believe that they're real because you have repeating cloud patterns. You have repeating shit that shouldn't be repeating.
So time-lapse is not real.
That's just shit looped together.
So time-lapse is not real.
So we had questionable videos, right? Now, secondly,
no.
Joe?
You say right, I say no.
Okay, well, Whatever.
It's just time lapse. I see time
Okay.
lapse all the time. I don't automatically question them. The only reason you're doing this is
I know
because
you
it's
don't
flat Earth.
question them because you're very avidly wanting to believe your fantasy is true. You've opened your mouth way too loud to even accept anything that would contradict your fantasy world.
I ain't got no money on this. I lose or gain nothing. Prove me wrong.
So, well,
You can't
you're
tell
already
me what the
wrong.
moon looked like, what the sun looked like, where
What
it
the
is, the
fuck?
distance.
Wait a second,
You
Joe.
can't tell me
Again, you're
nothing. The
looking
other
at
guy
the
can.
fucking sky
You got
to
no proof.
determine what you're standing on. That is
What you show
retarded.
me? Proof. Show me proof.
Proof of what?
Of the flat Earth. Show me measurements and shit. Show me.
No. You have this backwards, my friend.
You see?
No. You have this completely backwards.
I don't go.
No, listen.
Yeah.
Your claim of a globe Earth goes against my observation and experience.
Yes. How great is it when you don't have to make a claim?
Listen,
I don't have a claim. You're proud of that?
You do have
I'm not really making a claim, so I don't have to prove the Earth is flat.
Wait a
Is
second,
that
why
what you're
would I have
selling
to-
right now?
Why would I have to prove it flat when it's observably so?
Well, you've been doing it all your life. You know so much in the flat Earth. You should prove it in fucking 2 minutes to a
What do you
scrub
mean
like
prove
me.
it? I don't have to prove a negative. Your positive, listen, your
Yes.
positive claim
You
of a
s-
Joe,
Yes. Go
shut
ahead.
the fuck up for a minute.
Go. I'm gonna give it a shot.
Your positive claim of a globe Earth, a convex Earth.
What about your
goes-
positive claim of a flat Earth?
Jesus fucking Christ, it's not a positive claim, it's a observation. The observation remains the default until proven otherwise. Your positive claim of a convex globular Earth goes against observable and experienced reality. Therefore, it carries the burden of proof.
Right. Therefore, you have to prove nothing.
No.
When you say the flat Earth, I'll never have to prove it because I have these big words.
That's
Fucking,
not why.
just
Do you
prove it
want me to put
anyway.
it into-
I don't have to prove it. You
Joe,
can't,
we
and
have
you
the
never
proof.
will.
Let me ask
You
you a
just
question,
say,
Joe.
I
Let me
didn't
ask
say
you-
it was flat
Hold
or
on, wait a
something.
minute. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
If I said that I could turn into a bird.
Here we
Okay?
go with something weird again.
No, think about this. If I claim that I could turn into a bird, do you have to prove that I can't?
Oh, okay. Let me be nice. You flat. You're just dodging that you won't prove the Earth is flat. I don't want to entertain that right now. I got like 10% battery.
Explaining why you have the burden of proof.
No, yes, you want to talk about whose burden of proof it's on. My point, you cannot, will not. You will spend endless amount of time talking about why those guys are wrong. Not 1%. If you really believe it's flat, dedicated to proving it's flat. You can't tell me a measurement of nothing about the flat Earth. Because you know it's not.
Right back to our original question. Do you have a firsthand observation of a globe Earth? Do not tell me anything about the
Hey, come the rules.
Because the sky is not the Earth.
That's right. No one
There's really particular questions here.
No one here has seen the Earth from a distance. No one here.
Let's say you said prove.
Yes, I was watching a video with my girlfriend. I can show you the Earth from a distance.
Are we talking about flat Earth, or are we talking about the sky?
Well,
yeah,
they both can't be related, right? They both can't be related. I'd go to the sky and take a picture. Oh my God, he went to the sky and talking about the Earth. Well, that's why I got the better point of view. Stop acting like this so crazy to say sky and Earth ain't related.
Joe, look at it like this. When you're looking away from the object, you're basically closing your eyes. You're using your imagination. You have to look at the object you want to examine and draw a conclusion. What you're saying is you're looking out into space rather than you're looking the wrong direction. You have to turn around and look.
Nonsense. You don't know the benefits of doing what looks like opposite. We are not cavemen. You know, it makes no sense that this thing works off an invisible wave. You're telling me go with the obvious. That wave can't be there. Don't turn your eyes to the obvious. I know shit like this is real. There's waves.
So Joe, look away from your phone and then draw your phone. Imagine you've never seen your phone before. You're essentially saying you're going to look away from the object and then draw it. What kind of sense is that? You mentioned nonsense. That's the one thing globers do. You guys project so much. You claim that
Just
we
keep
as
it at me. Don't put me in with other globals, please. Maybe go ahead. Do what you want. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
globe defenders are literally project nonsense.
I don't have to
When they
defend the
believe it's
globe. I
literal
mean, that's
nonsense.
just like weird. I mean,
No,
I
you
don't.
have to prove the
Yeah, you
globe.
do.
You have to prove the
The
globe.
evidence we have is the icing on the cake.
The only reason I have to prove the globe is because cats like you.
No, because you have the positive claim.
No, that's what you said
No,
is. Well,
you have the positive claim.
No,
you
no,
do
no,
not
no, no.
observe or experience a spherical Earth at all, ever.
I am saying that globers or whoever who says it's round,
That's it on the Glober again right
they've
now.
had the
Just
burden of
a
proof,
clip.
and they've proven it a million
No, they have
times.
not.
The only reason they have to argue it is because cats like you don't
No.
have an argument, so you spend
They
all your
cannot
time debating
reconcile-
theirs.
They cannot reconcile.
You could be spending this time proving it's
They
flat.
cannot reconcile the scientific impossibilities involved with their globe Earth model.
We explain the scientific possibilities involved all the time.
we
I'm
didn't.
talking about an eclipse. That's in my model.
You still, wait a second, right from Jump Street, you can't get a ball of gas to form.
Oh my God. Oh, I got a picture of the ISS space station.
I don't give a fuck about that.
So
You
what is your
cannot-
hypothetical belief that you
What do
can't
you
get a
mean
ball
believe?
of gas is going to prove that it's not up there?
Wait a second. How do you have a sun if it's a ball of fucking gas out in space?
Dude, I can't explain to you how the fuck my light bulb works. And you ask me how the sun fucking works?
Well, don't you
tell me.
understand that that's, well, wait a second. You're going to discuss this shit without a single fucking understanding of the laws.
You've been doing it all night. You've been using sun, moon, and you don't know what they are. You've admitted that.
Well, you guys claim what it is.
I'm just me. I'm just taking claim for what I've said tonight. I don't know about
Okay?
those other cats.
Well,
I
that's
wasn't
the
here.
crux of your whole fucking model, hence the word helio.
Where's yours?
What do you mean?
Where's your model?
I don't live on a model. I don't need a model. I observe.
You
the
see
world
what I'm
as flat.
saying?
I see level water. I feel no motion. I detect no convection.
Yes. I go off of the little caveman stuff. That's all what I can see and see up close. I don't use science and stuff.
Because you have a cell phone makes the Earth suddenly able. You mean to tell me that you think water can adhere to an object and assume its shape without any kind of container? You mean to tell me?
Joe,
we've been over
How would
this.
that
That's
be
why I
on the
hesitate.
inside of a toilet paper roll like that doctor was talking about?
Hey, Joe, have you ever heard of a thing called a modus tollens? Do you know what that is? A logical argument? Okay. We have a modus tollens on FED. Okay. If the Earth was an actual sphere with a radius of 3969, it could have no more horizon than 1.2, I think, miles, or something like that. That's where your edge of your sphere would end. But if you can see beyond the edge of your sphere and still have a horizon beyond that point, then it's a sphere with a larger radius or is flat. We have plenty of observations that go well beyond your sphere edge Earth.
Who has those? Because I hear people tell me all the time, and when I go look at them, they are all most of them are just really crazy off the back shit.
No, I can give you the actual altitude they're at, or height above sea level, and how far they're actually looking, and what kind of lens they use, the weather conditions of the day that cause optical illusions.
And you said there are a bunch of those where you can see past what the curvature should be.
Yes, you can see the horizon well beyond that point. Yes.
Yeah,
Joe, are you part of the secret society, if you don't mind me asking?
You can ask. Yes, they pay very well, which is why I'm wearing this sweatshirt with the hole in it somewhere that I stitched up. They pay very well. I'm just playing poor because I gotta trick you and work for NASA or whatever weird shit you need to hold on to and say to believe that. Jared honestly went over there and saw the sun. And you guys gotta say he's a lying son of a bitch that applied from NASA.
All of a
Stop
sudden,
it.
hold on.
Joe, is the Freemasonry?
Shut up, everybody.
Okay.
You mean to tell me that because now the Jared said something that agrees with your worldview that now all of a sudden Jaron
No, I'm going off the video evidence. That shit was incredible. They nailed it, bro. That putting the cameras in around each other was brilliant. In my opinion, that left you no room. You got to say something like, look at his left shoelace. They were brilliant. They got you cats scrambling. That was brilliant.
Yeah, that was
we're not scrambling, dude.
So now
that was the best shit ever.
Okay, now wait a second. You guys, we went around, we asked the question earlier, what did we have prior to the TFE?
Yeah.
We had questionable video and supposed eyewitness testimony.
Supposed?
Joe, just shut up till I'm done. Okay? Right? Now, what do we have after TFE? Questionable video and supposed eyewitness testimony. The same fucking place that we were at prior to them going. What they relied on was this false sense of familiarity. That's why these people were chosen. This is why these people were chosen.
What does that mean? That they're plants?
Of course.
So be nice.
Of course.
Be nice. They're regular cats, yo.
You mean to tell me that you get fucked hard by going on a Netflix special, right?
Okay.
With this edited out video shit where they fucked you, right? Made you look like a complete ass. And then you're going to go ahead and accept this fucking shit. Yeah, I'll go down there and everything, right? Dude, you was in on the Netflix thing anyways. You were there. You knew to be a stooge.
I don't know that I've heard about the Netflix stuff.
You're not pulling this fucking bullshit over on me, man. I know how the fucking game works.
Him,
I wasn't born.
Him, all the Mactoon people, the people who put the flight together with it, all of these people are not only that, the staff,
the fucking sky,
the staff down there, right? And everyone there met were lying and faking and fooling you guys, as opposed to they went and told the truth. That's what you got to believe, yeah.
That's what
I gotta believe there's a Hollywood director involved in the situation, and
you guys.
No, stop now, Joe. The sun is actually it's daylight in that area on average around 15 to 12 hours, and easily they didn't stay up the whole time they were there. They didn't get to see the first day. Jaron and Whitsitt fell asleep. They weren't there doing film work. The so-called flat earthers that were down there missed a golden opportunity to stay up 24 hours and film it, but they didn't.
What happened when they fell asleep? What are you accusing them of? What happened when they fell asleep?
Of anything. It's the other people that were on site, the Globies. They have a lot to lose, dude. McKeegan, McToon, all of these people have their careers based on this cosmology, dude.
So do the flat earthers. That's what Jaron and Whitsitt are fucking heroes.
Did you?
They don't. No, we don't have anything based in this cosmology at all, dude. We're on terra firma. That's what we're measuring. What you're talking about is what the sun does over there. So that gave them a golden opportunity. The days are longer, yes, in the summer there. They're not 24 hours. The sun does set. And even the producer that was on set there was on a site.
I know it's 24 hours. I saw the video. Your words are less than the video I just saw.
I saw a man in a blue suit fly
People
around.
was different. It goes off. It's CGI. That's your argument every time. It's CGI. It can be fake.
Joe,
I could use that argument to waste your time when you say stuff.
How long have they been manipulating photographs and moving pictures?
Why don't you?
How long have they been doing this?
No. Why don't you?
How long have they been able to do this?
How long have movies been made?
There you
what
go.
will this prove if I answer your question?
There you
Better
go.
yet, rather than beating around the bush, say it with your chest. Those videos are fake, Joe. Don't say things could happen. They could be fake. I can't stand motherfuckers do that. Notch does that all the fucking time.
They've been dissected a million different ways.
Very good. All of those videos, all of that footage are fake vids. Which means
what's that tent city all about, guys? Is that for like an orgy or something? They got this tent city set up on the ice. Like, what was that all about? These canvas tents. What are you gonna do in there? They were like 2-man tents at best. Like,
So, Saab, that means the plane is fake, the staff is fake, all is fake. Yeah.
No, hold on. Have you ever seen how a movie is filmed?
Oh, be nice.
I mean, do you think they film everything all at once?
I'm assuming so. What does that mean? Got to do with them being down there for 2 days? How long it takes to film a movie?
Angles could be from different
You know,
locations.
if you just relax a little bit, maybe something could be explained to you. Okay.
Let's see it. Yeah.
All right. So when a production like this is made, there is some stuff filmed in a studio, some stuff is B-roll footage, and some stuff is filmed on location. Now, that being said, they're not always filmed in the order of sequence that you see them in. Many times
that's relevant.
No, it's not irrelevant.
That's not. I didn't say it's irrelevant. I didn't say it's irrelevant. I said it's less relevant than what you just said, which is that some of it's filmed in a studio, some of it's filmed on site and on location. That's more important because that means that someone had to rent planes and all of these studio and pay all these bills to trick you guys.
No, to reaffirm this 24-hour sun bullshit.
I'm saying to trick you, it's only a couple people going down.
Well, what do you think they're doing when they fake these space launches?
So yes, they spent all that money to trick you and Jaron and Whitsitt.
No, I don't think they tricked Jaron and Whitsitt. I think Jaron and Whitsitt are
even better. They spent all that money. They implanted Jaron and Whitsitt 9 and 12 years ago to trick you guys.
Wait a second. You notice how you hijacked this conversation?
Yes, I did it intentionally because I want to know. I want you to say out loud that yes, these are things that happen. That these are the things I believe.
Joe, I'm going to start over now. And you're going to shut your fucking mouth until I'm done.
Go ahead. I got about 6 minutes of battery anyway. It's finna die. Battery's finna die anyway. So
well, go ahead then and go.
I'm not going nowhere. You know what a button is.
Joe, just go charge your battery.
I'm good. You push the button, pimp. I see it. It's a red X right there.
Oh, fuck.
Hang on. There. Just mute. Because you can't seem to have self-control enough to shut your fucking mouth long enough to let me finish a goddamn thought. All right. Now, that being said about how a thing is filmed, I confirmed that Jaron was on location. I confirmed that he was there by showing an aerial video of the camp on a promotional thing from ALE. Okay? And we matched it up to what we saw. I'm still talking. When I'm done, I'll say, okay, Joe, now it's your turn. Okay, so I confirm that, yes, you can see Jaron walking here. We see Jaron walking over here to this tent, blah, 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 blah. Cool. I also confirmed that those dates have a flight. But I also found out that flight that goes out doesn't come in till the 18th. Okay, so that would mean that if they left a day early, that means that the people that came got a free day at the expense of them.
Even more important to me.
Did I say, Joe, it's your turn to talk now?
All right. I'll never be able to comment on this if you go too long.
I don't want you to comment yet. Not till I've made all my points, because you go down little fucking rabbit holes. Okay. So, and stop interrupting my train of thought.
I apologize.
You're doing that on purpose. All right. So you get going down this whole avenue where, God damn it, fucking Joe, I swear to God, he's just a disruptor.
Let me see if I can bring you back, though. Let me see if I can bring you back.
No.
All right.
No.
All right, good.
No, because you'll go down some fucking rabbit hole I don't even ready to do yet. All right.
So
now,
missing day.
as I said, I confirmed where they were at aerially. All right. Now, we've got other video that we see that would suggest that it's not at the same place or at the right time. There's a curious lack of date and timestamp on all of the footage. That's something I would have included if I'm trying to make something legit, even trying to get close to an experiment, right? Now, another interesting thing, if they left on the 17th early, what did you do all day on the 18th before you had to leave out on the 19th or the 20th? I mean, here you are in Chile, didn't bother going to see any shops or anything else like that. Now, on the 17th, there was the Chilean Navy, and I got this confirmed by two different sites, both ALE and another one is 360 Flights. It's another Facebook website thing that shows you about this stuff. And the Chilean Navy landed a P-30 or Orion aircraft for the first time on the Blue Ice runway.
I remember you told us, yeah.
And I'm like, wow, that's crazy. They mention it on their Facebook page. Do you know what ALE doesn't mention on their Facebook page or on their Instagram? The final experiment. And they put all kinds of stuff on there, like this Chilean aircraft that landed on the 17th. It talks about the different stuff. You know, they show pictures of expeditions and some of the people that are there with them and stuff like that. And, you know, they post about every other day on their website or on Facebook. You go to their website, you can look around, see the flight schedules and everything. Now, if they left on the 17th, that means that the people that were going to come in on the 18th got to come in on the 17th. And that gave those people an extra day for free, which means that Jaron and the rest of them got gypped out of a day and not compensated. They're not big on compensations. I asked them if they even had a group rate, and they said no. It's that. Now,
can I get in now?
That $32,000, that's for the 14th through the 18th. So there's some curious shit there, and I think that there's a lot of evidence for studio work. There's a lot of evidence for the B-roll footage, as we saw with Jaron and his camera. And I can confirm they were actually there during these dates. But these films that they did, and they took so fucking long to come back out before we saw anything. That combined with the 404 error on the Rumble side for the 24-hour stream that supposedly crashed, but somebody removed it for what reason, God knows, leads me to believe that there is fuckery afoot.
No. Be more specific. Leads you to believe that they took these men, flew them out there, and then rebroadcast stuff on different, that leads you to believe that all of these things occurred.
We had a we had a production. That's all we got. We didn't see a 24-hour sun. We saw several weeks later, with the exception of Dave McKeegan, who got his footage out lickety split, while these other guys took 3 weeks before they even started to put up anything online.
But
and it's like, wait a fucking minute.
You got an argument with Dave now, and I think they're sincere. I feel like I've come to know these guys from watching these vids. I love all of them.
There you go. That's that false sense of familiarity that I've spoke of.
Shoot. Now I lost mine, but I'd smoke weed, so I forgot where I was going with that shit. Oh, I get that you have an argument that these guys, because they combat you guys all the time. But in order for your theory to be true, all of these other things must be true as well. No. Fake flights. Somebody's waiting right now to take your call. If you want to call and say, do y'all have a flight? Did y'all have a flight? Someone's sitting there now being paid just in case you call. All of these things must occur.
No, they have
what
those
you're
flights.
doing.
Joe, I confirm they have those flights. I confirmed it.
And if you ask those people, they'll tell you it's a 24-hour.
Well, I don't know. Yeah? Who did they ask? They said they talked to one guy that was an employee there, and I can't even find him in any of the guides on.
But they'll tell you yes.
Listen, Joe.
Yeah.
Couldn't even find the guy. The guy is nowhere listed as anybody in their fucking thing, and they have everybody on there. Even the girl I talked to at ALE.
She said yes, it's 24 hours.
Well, not at first.
But yes, she did.
When I pressed her on it, she hesitated for a minute, and somebody you could tell off the other side told her yes, because by this time she was on a speaker.
You hear what you're saying? That there's someone who's paid to whisper in her ear to lie just in case.
If you go to a travel agency anywhere in South America and look for some place that you can see a 24-hour sun, do you know where they send you? You know where they offer you a trip to?
I'd go to Alaska.
It's Norway. Now that's on the think about that from Chile, fly all the way to fucking Norway. Why not just go down to Antarctica? It's right there.
I suck at geography. I thought they did. They went from Chile to Antarctica because it's right there.
That doesn't make any sense. None of that makes any sense.
There's a lot of UFO activity in
Chile to Antarctica is the closest, right? That's what they did.
Got one of them little bullets. I remember those things. My dad made one.
Oh yeah. Oh shit. I'm at 2%. My ship's gonna die.
My dad made one of those at when he was working at General Motors. He was a tool and die maker, and he made a really nice one, a nice bullet like that.
Yeah.
Oh man, and it had like a brass tip.
Yeah.
The rest of it was stainless steel. The thing was machined really nice and shit.
You can buy it nowadays.
All right, I'm getting out of here. My battery dying, man. You catch me easy.
Later,
Joe. I'm a
Secret societies, Joe.
Sorry, guys.
Kiss the secret society.
Hey, Dave, did you ever like 6 months ago or something? There was this lady that was on what's his name's Ceiling Fan Man show.
Yeah.
And she said she went to Jaren's apartment. Did you ever hear that one?
No.
She went. She said she was invited over there. She went in there. It was just Jaren sitting there. There was no furniture. She said it was really weird. And she said there was someone upstairs making noise. And he's like, "Oh no, I'm just the only one here." I forget what the context was or where exactly it was. I think it's somewhere in Northern California, but I don't even remember who she was or whatever. But some lady went on there and she said, "I don't know what was going on, but that was not even a real place. Like his apartment wasn't even."
I've heard the same story too from somebody else.
You did? Yeah.
They went into Jared's apartment. They heard people upstairs. And like, is there anybody here? Like, no, nobody's here.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's people up there, dude. You could tell.
Weird, huh?
Yeah. Well, there's so much about this that just stinks like rotten fish. You know, and there again, it's like with NASA, if you see some fuckery, you know there's fuckery, and you start finding more and more and more. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Where there's a lot of smoke, there's a lot of fire. It just goes like that. And like I said, we're relegated back to these same place we were before they left. And Duffy comes out with this boastful attitude about that he's the savior of this shit and that he's, rescued flat earthers from their peril and all this other shit. And I'm like, you are weird, dude. Got news for you, Duffy. Guess what? They're still using the AE map, bro. They're still using it, man. Sorry.
Now we're the cool.
It's nuts. It's nuts how bad they want. And it's like, it's not the normal people that just think the Earth's a globe, because they were taught that. Because usually they have some sense about them, and you can talk to them about it. Well, Lord, there's never just one. Usually a few in a row. There we go. That should be it. Man, I get my record's 27. We're not shooting for that.
That's quite a record. I want to ask you a question.
I'm just getting over a cold, man. I was down under the weather the last few days. I'd feel like, maybe I'll do a show tonight. And I'm like, nah, fuck it, I'm going to bed. And I'd come home from work, and work's not real strenuous or anything like that, but I mean, it was enough to fucking knock it out of me. And then today I got up and I felt good, man. Went to work. We got a lot of shit done today, man.
Just quickly on that note, Saul, have you heard of Barbara O'Neill? She's a Seventh-day Adventist, former psychiatric nurse and doctor who's been a part of surgeries like bypasses and now she's a healer.
I think I've heard of her before.
Yes, feel free to check her. She's got 13 lectures, an hour each, and incredible health information.
Well, they have a what I call a New Age saint. They call her Sister Ellen G. White, and this woman was a prophet from like the late 1800s, and as a child she received a head injury. I forget what had happened. Somebody hit her with a rock or something, playing, and it knocked her unconscious. And she started having these visions. And it's documented that this woman could stand there holding like a family Bible outstretched in her hand and prophesizing, and grown men could not lower her arm. They couldn't pull her arm down. And some of the things that she preached was that in the future, meat was going to be contaminated, and it was going to be unfit for human consumption, and it was going to be unhealthy. And this is why a lot of, and we see that it has not good organic meat, but you can't get good organic meat unless you pay a lot of money. And the shit we get at the store is rife with vaccines and fucking hormones and all kinds of other shit. Come off of some feedlot where if they didn't slaughter the cow, it would have died of organ failure soon anyway. It's really quite disgusting. So she turned out to be kind of right on that. And to this day, a lot of Seventh-day Adventists are what's known as ovo-lacto vegetarians. They will use dairy and eggs, cheese and things like that, but they're mostly vegan. But
essentially Barbara gets into great things like managing water, drinking before we eat, stopping half an hour, and then after we eat. We have to drink before we eat because the first organ in the body that absorbs water is the mucus lining in the stomach, and that needs to be hydrated because that protects the stomach from the hydrochloric acid. And if we drink while we eat, we're watering down the hydrochloric acid, and that's going to stop the breaking down of the protein, and the protein gets passed along. She's got incredible information. I encourage everyone to go check her out. But yeah, she gets into the meat. She recommends going to like lentils, chickpeas, beans, organic, of course, and incredible information. Like it's all logical. She shares the science.
That's weird you should say that, because when I was a kid, when we had dinner at my grandparents' house, no matter what, we could not drink while we were eating. They didn't give us drinks. They made us drink after we were done eating. That's the way it was a tradition at my grandparents' house. That's the way that we did it.
So that was wisdom back in the day. And however, because we've been encouraged by restaurants for profit. You come into our restaurant, that's part of the revenue stream. Upsell of cheap drinks, right? Like Coke. So they encourage people to eat and drink at the same time, and then we carry those habits at home. So we got to break these sort of things and go back to tradition, because there's really a way to operate the body that is kind of like missing. And yeah, it's free knowledge out there. Thankfully, her content's available online, and I've actually put it to test. It's incredible. And yeah. So that's pretty cool. Thanks for sharing that, man.
Yeah, my grandparents were always pretty smart. they learned that the hard way, or they learned it from somebody else.
Well, they've spent the last century and a half actually dumbing down the population even worse, to the point now where most people are like declawed domesticated cats.
Yeah, they're defending the lies.
Yeah. It was Stockholm syndrome. Oh my God, I couldn't believe it. That come on, Joe, man, not you, Joe King. Joe Cool. I'm like, what the fuck are you not getting about this, man? And it's like he just wants to believe that shit. And I think part of it's ego too. Yeah, I think a big part of it's ego. And with a lot of people, it is. They spend a lot of time looking at the globe and believing all this fucking nonsense and planets and space travel and all this other shit. and they were told, wow, you're really smart because you memorized all these fucking numbers and all this other dumb shit, and you know about all these fictional missions. And it's like, dude, if I know all the rules to Dungeons and Dragons, does that make Dungeons and Dragons real? Am I smart? Sure, I was smart because I just memorized shit really good because I didn't run it through the mill of logic. You know, you'd start out with the sun. What is the sun? Well, it's a mass of helium and hydrogen that coalesced together and developed gravity and fell in on itself and became nuclear fusion. I'm like, well, hold on. Gas and helium did what? What?
Absolutely, right. It collided and pulled in on a gravity well and exploded into a giant thermos.
And then it was some fucking bozo I talked to. He says, we could see stars being born all the time. I was like, oh my fucking God.
Yeah. I wanted to ask Joe Cool to finish this sentence. Knowledge is, right? And then some people would say power, right?
Right.
So one character trait associated with the creator is power, right? Or a powerful attribute. So that's one thing that humans crave, power. They sometimes crave power over money. Money is one way to obtain power. So knowledge is a potential power. So these people who crave power, why would they're not going to just share it with anybody? These treasure maps are not just going to be shared. So,
well, another aspect to that too, Eden, is that if I give myself a position of importance, and I know something that you don't, and I explain it in a way that you don't really fully understand, you believe it, I have power over you.
Yeah. And then they can be exploited for money indefinitely, which has happened to us. Like, for instance, in the last 10 years, NASA alone has spent over 219 billion, if I'm not mistaken. I said 200 billion in the chat.
Was it $300 million for that little buggy that they went up there with? And you can get it's a Jeep chassis. It's a fucking Jeep chassis with a lawn chair on it, man. You can get a fucking Jeep chassis for about $3,000.
Can you imagine believing that?
How'd that get in the ship there?
I used to work it. How did you get it up there in the first place, man?
Good question. I've actually seen the replica at the USGS in Flagstaff. I used to clean the building. We used to go around there. It's nothing built for that price, dude, at all. I could do it for a couple of grand. I could make that thing.
That's bad. It looked like there's a lot of, like they had a lawn chair, like one of them old lawn chairs strapped to it.
It's not really a lawn chair. If you got a chance to really look at the one they got, and it's well built, but I mean it's nothing miraculous at all. It's lightweight.
I looked up the technical details of it, Roger, and especially the battery. And so then I looked up, it said what kind of a battery was in it, right? So I looked up that battery and I found the operating ranges of temperature. There ain't no way that fucking thing worked out there. No way. Both extreme temperatures are well beyond the operating temperature of that battery. And I hadn't seen the magic gold foil on that motherfucker anywhere.
They took left boots with them so they could put hand warmers in there.
Oh, speaking of which, I got this kind of a cool little video I've run across. Let me bring this up. You guys might like this. Where the fuck is it? Oh, yeah, Facebook. Right. There it is. This is pretty good. Final experiment.
As footage continues releasing and astute internet sleuths continue analyzing anomalies and inconsistencies, it's becoming increasingly clear that the so-called final experiment's 24-hour Antarctic sun was just another faked event recorded on a film set. Unbeknownst to most, for the past few years, portable, panoramic, 360-degree LED studio setups now exist and are being used for Hollywood productions like The Mandalorian and many others. Amazon Volume, or Amazon Studio 15, for example, are state-of-the-art studios which take the standard of green or blue screen technology and completely blow it out of the water. With new 360-degree panoramic LED screen studios, the entire background and ceiling or sky are digitally created in Unreal Engine, then projected live in up to 16K resolution, so the actors on set can see, react, and interact with everything in real time. Amazon's sets comprise 3,000 seamlessly connected LED panels 80 feet in diameter and nearly 3 stories tall, enclosing 130,700 cubic feet of interactive space. Keeping all this in mind, let's review some footage from the final experiment. To begin with, watch the supposed sun circling around during their 24-hour time-lapse video, and pay close attention to its shape. Notice how the sun changes from circular to being smushed down horizontally, back to perfectly circular, then smushed across vertically, and then back again. This is not how the sun usually looks or behaves in person, or in genuine footage of the phenomenon from the Arctic. Now, pay attention to the changes in length and direction of McToon's shadow as he paces around the base camp. In the space of walking only a matter of feet, his shadow somehow completely changes direction and triples in length. Watch as his shadow stretches, contracts, and sharply changes angles within the space of just a few paces. This is not at all normal behavior of shadows being cast by sunlight, or of a man walking only a few steps. The following is a simple demonstration of how light and shadows work depending on the distance of the light source. In the first example, the light source is held close to the action figure as he moves along the table, and we see quite pronounced changes in the length and direction of his shadow. In the second example, the light source is held farther away from the action figure as he moves along the table, and we see much less change in the shadow length and direction. In reality, the sun is much farther away in scale than this demonstration allows for as well, so even the amount of change seen here is being generous. A man walking such a short distance outside should never have a shadow that changes direction 90 degrees and triples in length. Now let's watch as McToon and Austin Whitsitt respond to commenters asking them to show their breath in the Antarctic. As they blow hot air out their mouths in freezing temperatures, there should be a cloudy mist that forms in front of their faces as the water vapor in their breath condenses. Instead, however, every time they blow, not a trace of fog appears. In Whitsitt's live stream, he claimed this was because the air was allegedly too dry there. Someone then asks him to pick up some snow, which he initially refuses to do because his hands would be too cold. So he turns his camera off, walks into the shed to grab some gloves, then comes back in front of the camera and exhales 1.5 breaths, which now mysteriously do show vapor appearing in front of his face, only to abruptly stop again. He says to the camera, "There's a little breath. What's up now?" As if somehow proving the skeptics wrong and claiming that he took a sip of water in the shed, which was supposed to account for it. Another camera, recording from a different angle, however, caught Whitsitt while exiting the shed, doing what appears to be hitting a vape pen just before turning his camera back on. For comparative purposes, here is what someone's breath looks like during winter in Maine, USA. Every time you exhale, there is a visibly noticeable cloudy fog that condenses from the difference in temperature between the hot air in your lungs and the cold air outside. So after exhaling his vape hit into the camera, rather than picking up some of the snow that was all around him, for some reason, Austin walks several feet away and picks up a bit of snow from over there, then walks it back to the camera and lets it fall to the ground. If snow is everywhere all around him, why did he have to walk way over there to get some? anytime close-up footage of their feet was shown, their footprints always failed to make any impression in the snow. Here, he moves his left foot, and there is no impression, footprint, or displaced snow. Another thing apparent while watching the footage was the complete lack of wind or any precipitation whatsoever. Throughout the live stream footage, I don't recall a single instance of any wind or even a light breeze strong enough to affect their hair or microphones. Even on a calm, sunny day, if they were really outside and not in a studio, we should see or hear the effect of wind on their bodies or microphones, but it was mysteriously absent the entire time. Jaron, Whitsitt, and others involved also made comments several times about how the mountains in the distance seemed so close that you could touch them, but that they were actually several miles away. The mountains do seem strangely closer than they should appear, and if you pay attention to where the background and foreground meet in footage from the final experiment, particularly the 24-hour sun time-lapse, it seems we are seeing where the digital backdrop ends and the studio floor begins. There is a separation line indicative of a film set apparent in much of the footage and made clear through the use of video editing technology. By adjusting the contrast, it becomes clear where studio reality meets digital fakery. In the 24-hour time-lapse sun footage, the mountains and sky are both chroma keyed out, showing they are both part of the studio backdrop. Compare this to other footage taken at Union Glacier. When chroma key is applied, only the sky disappears, leaving the real mountains untouched. This makes the case that the final experiment is potentially a mixture of doctored studio footage to fake the 24-hour sun and other authentic footage actually taken from Union Glacier, Antarctica. The founder of this final experiment, Pastor Will Duffy, has also had a recent clip surface from a sermon of his that gives some real insight into the mind of the man behind this production.
Okay, we finally get to my conclusion on the matter of lying and deception, and that is this. After carefully looking at both sides of the debate, and after taking a very deep dive into everything I could possibly find in Scripture regarding lying and deception, I have come to the conclusion that neither lying nor deception are inherently immoral.
Well,
that's interesting, you know. We've been
that
pointing
was,
this out.
yeah, it was obviously Eric Dubé talking.
I've seen it.
I mean,
Yeah,
what a thing to say. It's weird.
Yeah. That just says there's a lot more money at play here than what Duffy's dishing out for sure.
Oh, yeah. Listen, I'm very suspicious about all these generous, wealthy benefactors. Okay? Now, rich people ain't like that, man. You know, they're only going to do something like that. They'll donate money to charity causes and shit because they can write it off on their taxes and shit like that. But there ain't no wealthy people out there that are going to go, hey, yeah, here's a big couple $1,000 for you to send some fucking joker to Antarctica. Plus, the dude mentioned he'd already had people down in Antarctica for like several months prior to them going. That was weird. And had you been there already before? Maybe you and Tim went earlier too? And then went again? Is that possible? I think very, very, very possible. Like that video suggested as well. It's a mixture of studio work, B-roll footage, and on-location shots. That's how productions are done. And that's what this was.
Yeah, I only see the stuff like that you play or on Flatoid's channels. So did was Candace Owens there too?
No, she sent her producer.
Oh.
And he had a setup, and he was supposedly hooked up through Starlink. And there was they had this 24-hour sun feed going on the Candace Owens channel on Rumble.
Oh. And he was there too, their producer?
Yeah. Listen, there was some people, a lot of people associated with media arts. Let's put it that way. Even including connections to Disney and that kind of thing.
Yeah, just everybody's reaction is what got me. People I mean, it was nuts. It was like, and you were the coolest one about it, but everybody was, just, and it was just fascinating to watch people's reaction to me.
Oh man, it was just like I saw so many people. What got me was the reaction of Jaron and Whitsitt right off the bat. And I noticed a marked change in Whitsitt's demeanor completely. Jaron, that little tirade that he went off on, Colin, I mean, what kind of a dickhead do you got to be? All these people that have supported you and have memberships and everything else like that, you're all a bunch of fucking morons. Fuck you. Good God, dude. I mean, what's up with that? If anything, it's like you can address the issues in a logical, calm manner. That reaction's a dead giveaway. Thing is, okay, what issues do you have? All right, somebody says whatever issue, and you say, okay, I can understand why you would think that. Let me explain through that. That kind of thing. No. We heard like excuses, and you're a moron if you don't believe us, and this, that, and the other. And that's because this entire thing was based on, these guys are big flat earthers. Well, I'm a little suspicious of big flat earthers anyways, because it's not easy becoming a big flat earther at all on this fucking platform. Much less any other one, because you know that this shit is highly censored, highly shadow banned. All right. So I'm already a little suspicious of that to begin with.
10,000, 20,000 subs.
Yeah. I mean, it's a little bit, I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying, kind of a little flag I'm looking at,
And then Whitsitt's whole computer.
Right now I have 223, and it's taken me 3 months to get there.
Oh yeah, man. But it starts getting a little exponential in a way, and that has to do with if you're promoted in the algorithm. You see,
I'm not.
And a lot of it comes from word of mouth, or appearing on other panels or whatever else like that, and people get to know who you are and that kind of thing like that. I can say I've come by what I've got now. I don't even know where I'm at. Shit, I should look. Let me see. Where am I? 2.77 thousand subscribers.
Nice, buddy.
Hey, it took me 2 years to get here, but
and it's a reasonable number, like, okay, you could have done that.
Well, my view count ends up being pretty consistent with my subscriber count at the end of the day now. I mean, I don't, the only time I get money is I've got a few people that send me money through my PayPal or through Cash App, like Maria Walker, Stephen Cohen sends money from time to time. And, that's very much appreciated, but I'm not selling any shirts. I don't have an online store. I don't have anything I want you to buy from me or anything else like that. My main premise on this, it's not so much just flat earth, but I find that to be the fucking link to unchain people's minds from this paradigm that they got people trapped into.
Right.
And this paradigm that they got you trapped into is a Luciferian inversion of reality.
Yep.
And it's really got you bamboozled. It really does. You got to come away from that. You got to wipe away all the shit that they put in your head and only keep the shit that you know and can verify as a fact that this is true. Because the whole thing is to deceive you. And if you don't think that the devil's involved with it, well, the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing people he doesn't exist.
Yep.
He does exist. He's alive and well, and he is running the earth.
Absolutely, and his method is using lies, and lies get planted in the brain. People literally eat these lies.
Yes.
From the tree of knowledge of good and evil. The
Yep.
seed from these lies take root in their fertile mind, growing literally into tree-like structures called neural pathways.
Mm-hmm.
And so, the deeper they are, but thankfully, the Creator, He provided the sword of this Spirit, which is the Word of God, which can cut down all these lies, which thankfully you guys have done, and the others are able to do, but they have to use these tools that the Creator provides. He knew that the liar is going to attack us, our senses, and even sometimes want us to question our own judgments. But again, thinking this, He's made it clear. It's pretty awesome that you guys are around too.
I want to just give a shout out to a couple of the people too who have supported the channel here too as well. Of course, I mentioned Stephen Coburn, David Roy, Brian David Roy. Let's see, Maria Walker. I think I mentioned Kristen Springer. PJ, you guys know PJ Krushenk. He's usually on Flatzoids. So he's another, and there's other through Cash App that I've got too. I don't have the records of it available right at the moment, but some of the same suspects trying to brainwash people into thinking for themselves.
That was a good one.
Yes.
So I'm going to get up here. It's getting late over here.
I'm going to cut it out here pretty quick myself, my friend.
And Walmart's calling me to go to work tomorrow for some reason. And the landlord doesn't take anything for cash.
Yeah, no doubt, right? All right. Well, thanks for coming up, Roger.
Not a problem, man. That was quite a horse and pony show we had going on tonight. That was unique. I've never heard it like that.
Dude, and I know he's heard this shit all together. I don't understand how people cannot understand balance. I don't know how they don't understand. Everything is always trying to balance out. Everything is always trying to fucking even out, right? And there's all these things that come along and disrupt it and cause it to move around. So we have, this dynamic system that we live in. It's like, well, why did the rock fall? It's because you fucking picked it up. And they look at you like you're crazy and shit. And it's like, no, that is the reason. You took it from its natural state of where it could be and took it to a higher state of disequilibrium. Disequilibrium with what? Well, the medium. Think about how different all our physics rules would be if we lived in the water and walked around on the bottom of the ocean and shit. Think about how different our whole fucking physics would be. Right?
That would be a unique situation. You would have to grab things and pull them down almost if they weren't heavy.
Right. Where's your 9.8 meters per second shit going on at? And they say, oh no, it's because of this, that, and the other. It's like, no. Look, it's all medium dependent. Every bit of it. There's never an instance. I had this guy arguing with me on Facebook, and I'm telling him, I'm like, there's never an instance where something is not subject to a medium. He said, well, in a vacuum chamber. No, it's not empty. There's still a medium in there. It's just a less dense medium.
Dude,
that's all.
I asked Joe more than a year ago online, why do you hang out with flat earthers? Like literally, you spend all your time with flat earthers fighting with them. He's been doing this for years, man. I don't know.
They hate it. They hate it when you say, well, quit fucking looking at the sky. We're not talking about the sky. Right? You're because you're making assumptions based on this shit that you were told. That can only mean that this. No, it's not. Stop thinking that. How do you know what the sun is, how far away it is, how big it is? What would make you think that it's bigger than the earth? I mean,
look away from the object.
And you ask him, do you think God created the earth? Yes. Okay. So you build an earth. Let's imagine you're going to build a little terrarium for some kind of little creature you want to have for a pet, right? And so you have to have a heating element in there and something to circulate the fucking air. So what you do is you put the fucking heating element down the street at your neighbor's house. Okay? Right? But you got to make it a real powerful one,
Right.
a real powerful one, so the fucking heat can reach all the way down the street to your house to warm your little pet lizard and shit, right? No. Okay, God created the earth, and then he created later on the sixth day, he's made the two great lights, one to rule the day and one lesser light to rule the night.
All right. Not two fireballs.
No. Say, and then he started whirling the earth around in a circle and shit. And it's like, this is some dumb shit, man. I mean, and it's, if you think about it, it's a Luciferian inversion of what's really going on. I say the earth is small and infinitesimal compared to the sun, and it's not the case at all. The earth is huge, the sun is rather small.
Absolutely. We catch them in their lies so many times. Right? They say the Coriolis effect through cartoons. We find out that's all made up.
I got something really cool about that. Hold on a second. I got something really cool about that with that Coriolis thing. Let me find that real quick. Is that the one? Hold on. Let me see. Watch again. Is it? No. Hold on. Damn it. I just had that thing up too. It was just not, just before the show, I looked at it. Well, give me a minute.
Wow.
We're gonna find it. We're gonna find it. Goddamn it! Oh, it's about a helicopter hovering in. Oh, here it is. I got it. Cool. Great. Let me make this gargantuan. Pause. Makes large. And this was pretty good. This was with PhD Tony, Peter Markey, and a guy named Angel. This is great. This guy owned these.
I know
guys.
Angel. Yeah.
This was good.
Hover a helicopter, does the Earth rotate underneath it?
No, because the helicopter is in the atmosphere, which is rotating with the Earth.
Rotating, right? So did you know that turning is acceleration? So not only is it just magically rotating with the Earth, but it's also breaking the first law of thermodynamics because
nope,
it needs
it's
extra
not.
energy.
You're just ignorant.
Now, they had to interrupt me here because what I'm saying is absolutely true. Acceleration requires extra energy. So what the globe heads don't realize when they're saying that a hovering helicopter is rotating with the Earth, if turning is acceleration requires extra energy in order for that object to keep accelerating. So where does a hovering helicopter gain the energy to keep accelerating? Well, from nowhere. So by them saying a hovering helicopter is turning with the Earth, it is violating the first law of thermodynamics because it needs extra energy to do so.
A hovering helicopter, by the way, the world record is over 50 hours, which rotated with the Earth. Turning is acceleration. Therefore, the helicopter is accelerating, right?
Wrong.
Yes.
These globeheads don't even agree.
Tony's an actual scientist. Believe his answer. As
Well,
soon as he
that-
said yes, I realized I was wrong when I
The
said
hovering
no.
helicopter is gaining energy how to accelerate?
No, it's not gaining energy. That's not true. An acceleration doesn't correspond to a gain in energy.
Yes, it does.
And because an acceleration can simply mean, so acceleration has a direction and velocity has a direction. If you change the direction of motion of something, that's an acceleration, but it doesn't necessarily change its energy.
At this point, I don't know if he's dumb or he's just lying, because absolutely an acceleration is a change in energy, and turning is acceleration, which would require extra energy. So then,
Poor Tony. I swear, he should stop, dude.
He looks like he's gonna have a stroke at any minute, you know. I mean, it's like, oh wow, look at that. He's got that iridescent coat, and it looked like there was like a green screen halo around you at first. I was like, what the fuck?
I went to Antarctica.
Your chroma key.
Or you stepped outside, yeah, it'd be about like Antarctica. What do we got going on? I don't even know what our temperature is here right now. It's been better. Oh, this is
definitely getting off. I'll see you later, man.
All right, Roger. Have a good night, brother.
You too.
So, yeah, it's 15 degrees here, so that's no good. Yeah, Roger Ledwell, he's a good guy, but yeah, I was astonished. I can't believe Joe actually, you know, he can it's hard to get his head out of the sky. It really is. And that's the thing that gets me. And it's like, wait a second, if you're trying to prove the earth is a globe by looking at the sky. Now, first, what the fuck are you looking at, really? You have a story about what you think you're looking at, but you don't know that that's what you're looking at. You don't know how big these fucking things are. You don't know how far away they are. You don't know the first thing fuck about them. You don't know even what they are.
Imagination.
Yeah, it's just an observation with stories to go along with it. You know, and men have been telling stories about what they see in the sky for centuries. That's why they depict all these different constellations as characters and animals and shit like that. There's always been looking up at the sky, but that's all we can do. They don't even belong in the realm of science or physics. Because you make up some story about why you think they're doing what they do doesn't mean that that's true. How did you test it? How did you have this hypothesis? How did you test it? Well, the math works out. Well, according to what? Math based on myths? You can't have that. The assumption that this bullshit about gravity, people got to get this fucking thing out of their head about mass attracting mass. That's a myth.
The key word in that phrase is attract, I find. And attract again goes back to magnetism, right? That's one of the strongest forces in the universe. Gravity being the weakest supposed force.
Well, but yet still able to just keep air so strong that it can hold air against the immense vacuum of outer space. What they claim. It's like these guys get backed in a corner as soon as you start bringing that up. How do you have an open and closed system at the same time? And they'll always jump to that myth of mass attracting mass because they'll say, well, the gravity keeps the air. And it's like, hold the fucking phone. Can you show that gravity has any effect on gases whatsoever? I mean, think about this. If I had this little box and I seal it up, it's sealed. I have a little remote control. I can open it and close it, right? And I have this box. It's about yay big. And I seal it up. The air pressure inside that box is the same pressure as it is outside this box, barring subjecting it to temperature or something else like that. It's still going to be the same pressure as outside. Now, supposedly the box, the air, myself, and the vacuum chamber that I'm going to put it in are all held to the earth by gravity, right? So I put this box inside the vacuum chamber, close it up, and I reduce the pressure inside the vacuum chamber. I don't even have to take it to a very high vacuum, just reduce the pressure. Now, if I open that box with my remote control, will it remain 14.7 psi inside that box? Because it wasn't subject to being sucked out. Let's not forget that it's all being held down by gravity that would have no reason to leave, right? Oh, wait, yes, it would. Because of the behavior of gas. It wants to equalize. Therefore, gravity fails the test of holding just even a little bit of air, much less a whole bunch of air. They claim that it's because you have a whole bunch of air that it makes it heavy. No, you can't have a whole bunch of air unless you have it physically contained. And until you can demonstrate that gravity actually, if gravity was holding the air down, you would have a noticeable downward pressure exclusive of the displacement pressure. In other words, you feel 14.7 pounds per square inch all inward on your body, all over where your body. It's pushing in on you. It's like squeezing you. Okay? That's why you're able to breathe with such ease, because it's pushing in on you. Anyway, you get up to a higher pressure and you can't breathe. You have trouble even working your lungs. Why? Well, because you don't have anything to assist you. All right, so the air could never stand against a vacuum or anything else. In order to have a volume of gas, a specific volume of gas is with containment. The only way that that gas can have pressure is if it's restricted by containment. And that pressure we feel is actually due to our displacement of it. So if you feel that 14.7 psi pushing in on your entire body, squeezing you, then there should be a measurable increase of pressure above that pushing down on you because of the supposed weight of the air. Well, we don't experience that at all. The pressure we feel is due to displacement, and displacement plays a big role in why things fall or why they rise. I put it real simple and say the medium will either displace the object or the object will displace the medium. It's like a seesaw. Everything wants to balance. So if one thing is denser per volume than the medium per volume, then it's going to fall. If it's less, then it's going to rise. Demonstration of that can be done with several objects using just water. Very, very heavy, dense objects using mercury. It's all about the medium, and everything is always subject to it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's incredible. One movie I recommend you guys checking out if you haven't recently is it's from the group called Is Genesis History. They had a recent follow-up where the PhDs went to Grand Canyon and examined the folds in the canyon. And because the theory is either the folds occurred while the material was clay-like or malleable, or it hardened over millions of years, and over the heat and pressure, they slowly folded, right? And what was the theory was looking at these folds under the microscope, you would find they were going to look for metamorphic change in the structure because that.
Yeah, let me silence this fucking thing. Well, and it's what exactly are they finding now? I'm sorry. Like evidence of civilization underground, is that Eden? Bueller. He blanked out on me, man.
Yeah, I heard his phone go off, I think.
Well, my phone that was my phone. That's why I had to silence it. Oh yeah, this guy, he fucking messaged me a long time ago. I didn't get it, bro. I was busy on my show, man. Oh look, he dropped out, man. Damn. Well, that's all right. We got to shut down anyways, man.
All right, man.
Okay, you got anything you want to leave everybody with tonight?
No, just that I'm in a good place, man. I'm real happy because I love the flat Earth, man. It's like you said, it's a thing that got me going, and people are calling it a cult right now and stuff. And it's just like, cults have people that don't think for themselves and stuff. I don't need to explain this to you, but I'm just, you stood tall, dude, and I like it, man. I just want to tell you thanks, Dave, and that's just killer, man. I appreciate you, man.
On, Joe.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Okay, I'll get out of here, man.
Earth is just as God made it, man. That's how.
Yep.
And it's a level topographical plane contained within a dynamic fluid system.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yep. It's a remarkable thing. It's a remarkable thing.
It is. We're small on the face of the Earth. We're not insignificant like they want us to think. We're in this big place. We don't know exactly what's going on, but
we're getting there. We're getting there. We're waking up. We're coming out of the amnesia. right?
That's
We're
it,
coming
buddy.
out of the amnesia. The questions are, an amnesia patient asks, who am I? Where am I? What year is it? And they've lied to us about all three of those things.
All of them. Yep. Who am I?
Yep.
Where am I? What's my purpose, man?
Yeah, and what's your purpose? That's another too.
Yep.
Special purpose. I have one of those. Do you ever see The Jerk?
Oh, totally.
Remember his special purpose? My mom said that's my special purpose, and I'd find out what it's for one day. Today is the day. That's a great fucking movie, man. I know
born
every
a poor
line.
black child.
Oh my God, yeah. I remember the days in Mississippi singing and dancing with my family. And it's like they're all jiving this music and shit, and he's like trying to get the rhythm and shit and can't do it. It's a great movie. You know, they filmed that movie in like 30 days.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah. So yeah, it was pretty cool. And that mansion that he had, you know, where he's like, and remember how I always wanted a all red billiard room with a stuffed camel? Well, I got that too. And this family, they kind of like rousted him out of Beverly Hills. I remember when this happened, because they had like all these obscene statues in the yard, and the place was done up. It was some Arabs or something. They had this fucking place was done up like that, and it was just gaudy as shit. And they used it like for one day to film the inside of it and shit. It's like it was his mansion. They just
Really? That's funny, dude.
Yeah, I love Steve Martin. He's fucking hilarious.
Oh man, Let's Get Small. We used to listen to that album when I was a kid, me and my brother. Stand up. Oh, Let's Get Small.
All right, man. I'm gonna sign off of here. It's 4.5
brother.
hours. That's plenty enough for me tonight. Look for Burn the Corporate Fiction to be live tomorrow night. I'm probably going to be on there. He's got some really good shit he's going to bring to the table. If any of my moderators would care to put his link in the chat real quick, that would be awesome. But also, if you're subscribed to him, look for that to go live tomorrow night, probably around the same time as I did tonight. So thank you, Joe, for coming on. Joe Cool, everybody that came on with us here tonight. We had a lot of good people. Some of them just dropped out. Why am I drawing a blank? Oh, I'm sorry. Roger Ledwell was here. Yeah. King Stephen.
Oh, yeah.
Oh man, we had a bunch of people. Taking Back Eden. Man, it was a pretty good crew. Got a little bit out of hand there for a little bit. Joe's a little bit hard to fucking deal with and shit for sometimes, but I like Joe. I like Joe. He's all right. But I think he just does try to disrupt this. I don't know. We'll see. I can't believe he couldn't. You show him all this shit, and he still goes, "No, man," and jumps right back to the same old shit. And I'm like, oh my God, he's never gonna get it. All right. So anyway, I'm gonna let you go there real quick, bud. I'm just gonna go do, and let's see what do we got here. It's been a while, man. I was sick. I'm sorry. So don't forget, the Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor and get rid of him. He'll probably kill you. And if you heard the shot, it probably wasn't meant for you. We'll see you next time on Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind.
Hey, how all you glow-tards doing? Just wanted to check in from how you were doing when you all learned about me when you were just little wee little ones, and you were too stupid to question anything, and just wanted to check in and make sure you still believed in me. You still believe in me, right? You better still believe in me. Because if you don't, I'm gonna call you names. Like, you still live in your mama's basement, and you better not breed. That's okay. I know you still believe in me.